So the first speaker, as always, this task to face. So again, welcome in Florence in our Museum of the Sacredness of the Expressions of Gratitude here in Palazzo Coppini. Hosting the 27th ICAHM TheoPhilos ISC conference and the 17th edition held in Florence is not only a privilege, but also a great responsibility. Florence is a city where heritage is both an extraordinary legacy and a daily challenge. It is a place where protection cannot remain theoretical because it must constantly confront reality, including the strategic oversights of the 1994 regulatory plan, where across over 300 pages, tourism was not addressed as such, but mentioned only indirectly under the heading resources in scarcely a page and a half, with tourism itself confined to merely half a page within that chapter. This omission still reverberates today in the governance of the historic city. The theme of this conference, the protection of archaeological heritage, theory meets practice, resonates deeply with the mission and the current evolution of our foundation. For us, heritage protection, it is not solely a technical matter. It is an ethical act, it is a social act, and increasingly is a powerful attractor of multicultural presence. Heritage sites generate encounters, activate dialogue, and raise awareness. They represent an underutilized opportunity for meaningful exchange among cultures and therefore potentially a peace-building act. Over the years, our foundation has developed the conviction that heritage does not only need protection, it can itself become a protector. It protects identity, memory, dignity, and when responsibly interpreted and managed, it safeguards dialogue between culture. This conviction has recently taken shape in the international appeal, Heritage for Building Peace, that you find also here in the back of your folder. Through this appeal, we affirm that cultural and natural heritage must be recognized not only as objects of conservation, but as operational instrument for intercultural dialogue and conflict prevention. The principles of this appeal are aligned with global cultural agenda and reflected in the discussion of Mondial Code, where culture is recognized as a global public good and as a driver for sustainable development and peace. The preliminary first edition of our document, presented in July 2025, has been formally accepted and included among the related contribution and has been inserted into the UNESCO Digital Library. And the final edition has been available online on our website since October 2025. Today, in this distinguished scientific setting, we would like to invite you all as members of ICAHM TheoPhilos and the broader heritage community to consider supporting and endorsing this appeal. Your expertise, your intellectual rigor, and your ethical commitment would give strength. Protecting heritage is inseparable from protecting the conditions of peaceful coexistence. In parallel, we are working to ensure that the vision does not remain declaratory. This is why we are developing the International Officina of Good Practice Life Beyond Tourism, whose first official edition will take place here in Florence next March 2027. The Officina is conceived converge, a space where policies, conservation principles, territorial experiences, and management models are examined together, not in abstraction, but in their real capacity to generate social and cultural value through intercultural dialogue. We see the foundation increasingly as a hub between scientific reflection and territorial implementation, international frameworks and local realities, philosophical principles, and operational tools. In this sense, the dialogue with the ICOMOS TheoPhilos members is particularly meaningful. Your work at the intersection of philosophy, ethics, authenticity, and conservation theory is essential to ensure that heritage protection remains grounded in values, not only in procedures. At the same time, territories around the world are struggling with very concrete issues: over-tourism, gentrification, commodification of culture, loss of authenticity, social fragmentation, not to talk about peace. The challenge we face together is to ensure that protection strategies are not detached from lived context, that theory genuinely informs practice, and that practice in turn refines theory or helps to refine theories. Palazzo Coppini, where we gather today, symbolizes this aspiration. We believe so strongly in the culture of dialogue and in the dialogue among cultures within World Heritage Sites, rich in multiculturality presence in visits, that Palazzo Coppini, once designated and authorized as an historic residence, a boutique hotel with its significant annual turnover, was intentionally entrusted to the community. It was transformed into this museum of the sacredness of expression of gratitude, dedicated to collecting and enhancing the recognition received during the Foundation's activities, which are primarily oriented towards the valorization of human, interpersonal, and intergenerational relationships. In this sense, this historical building, though carefully restored, does not stand as a static monument. It lives as a dynamic platform for the care and practice of intercultural dialogue. Allow me to conclude with a thought. Heritage is not only what we inherit, it is what we are collectively responsible for transmitting, with the integrity, with the knowledge, and with the commitment to peace. We look forward to these 2 days of rigorous discussion, constructive debates, and meaningful exchange. Also, in view of the commitment that we as a foundation are defining for 2026 General Assembly in Malaysia, particularly with regards to the themes on the Emerging Professional Working Group that has been constantly since the beginning of our cooperation with ICOMOS, the focus of our collaboration and long-lasting engagement with ICOMOS. So may this conference strengthen not only our scientific understanding, but also our shared responsibility towards international social relations, towards humanities, heritage, and towards one another. So again, welcome to Florence, welcome to Palazzo Coppini, and thank you for being part of this meeting here in presence and online. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Very welcome to see you again here in Florence. I'm Corinna Del Bianco, and I'm bringing the message of on behalf of my father, President Emeritus Paolo Del Bianco, who, contrary to the program, is unfortunately unable to be present in person due to health issues that have persisted now for over a month. So the President Emeritus is particularly sorry not to be able to address you personally on this significant occasion. And he has asked me to deliver his greetings and message to all of you. He wishes to emphasize that this year marks the 20th anniversary of activities of the ICAHM TheoPhilos International Scientific Committee. The first meeting took place in Krakow on 25-26 May 2006. And today, in March 2026, we celebrate these 20 years of encounters, reflections, and shared growth. He wishes also to emphasize that how decisive this experience has been for the Foundation's cultural and scientific evolution. Over these 20 years, dialogue with the committee has enhanced and qualified the Foundation's level of awareness regarding its thematic in hospitality and welcoming activities, elevating them from operational practice to conscious reflection. The hospitality company, together with the Foundation, has progressively sought to transform its service into a true science of hospitality and welcoming, following a coherent path initiated in 1989 and reaching a significant qualitative evolution in 2006 with the definition of the Life Beyond Tourism model. To give life to great opportunities for peace in the world, well beyond tourism understood as services and consumption. The dialogue with the committee represented a genuine cultural catharsis. It is worth recalling that in 2008, Life Beyond Tourism was shared during the General Assembly in Quebec, and that in 2014, at the General Assembly in Florence, resolutions 1/2014 and 42/2014 were officially adopted, formally recognizing the importance of this approach. The President Emeritus also wishes to express his gratitude to President Andrzej Tomaszewski, to whom the amphitheater of the Auditorium al Duomo has been dedicated, to President Wilfried Lipp, second President of the Committee, and the particular thanks to the current President, Bogusław Smigin, who has substantially contributed to this development, demonstrating his strong belief and support in our activities. So, a reflection on the theme. From the perspective of hospitality and welcoming in World Heritage sites, reaching visiting multicultural presences such as Florence, the failure to design and manage initiatives, including economic ones that are non-extractive, aimed at affirming a culture of dialogue through dialogue among cultures, represents a responsibility of territorial administrations and operators on the line of tourism sector. When this does not occur, it demonstrates first a failure to recognize the richness of multicultural presence in their territories. Secondly, a lack of trust in young people's ability to design and manage services fostering encounters among visiting cultures. Third, a renunciation of using this richness. And fourth, a failure to work concretely for peace by fostering cooperation and dialogue in the field of culture and heritage as advocated by UNESCO. In World Heritage sites, heritage as an attractor of multicultural visitors fosters cooperation, dialogue, and respect, and therefore it fosters peace. Consequently, heritage protects itself. So the appeal, heritage for building peace, and its symbolic metaphor. So the sense of wonder arises from the explicit articulation of the appeal, heritage for building peace, that Carlotta already mentioned, which is based on several symbolic elements. First of all, the cube. The cube represents initiatives and economic activities in World Heritage sites, aimed at fostering a culture of dialogue among cultures. The cube becomes a positive device capable of transforming territorial realities by generating awareness. Then there's the hemisphere. The hemisphere represents the static mentality of territories in the face of tourism. Tourism works. Why change? An emblematic example is the 1994 Florence Master Plan that I have here. That is 327 pages and which contains no dedicated chapter titled Tourism, but only a broader hidden resources where tourism is addressed in barely half a page. And it's this little part here on the whole plan. And it was 1992, the plan was 1992 and published in 1994. And this despite the fact that already in Venice, we had already an experience of the worrying examples to be avoided. So the cube, as a barrier of awareness, breaks the granite-like static mentality represented by the hemisphere. The belt. The belt represents the life beyond tourism model, integrating total quality for dialogue among cultures and management plans. The ring symbolizes territories illuminated by awareness of their own strength, their capacity to contribute to a culture of dialogue among cultures for world peace, which is also fundamental for the sustainability of hospitality economy. The prow of the icebreaker. The prow of the icebreaker symbolizes the force of territorial awareness, so powerful that it can symbolically break an original 88mm anti-tank shell from the Nazi army of the Gothic line in Tuscany. It is the force of culture overcoming war. The industry of peace. So from this emerges that the industry of peace, the ideas and initiatives of young people who design and manage services made available to visitors to the site, fostering encounters and dialogue among different cultures, and a concrete example, observing groups of young people lined up on sidewalks, heading towards a museum. One may ask how happy they would be to meet peers from distant countries and spend a half day together in professionally managed optional programs. Perhaps one museum less and one encounter more with peers from the other side of the world would enrich knowledge, cooperation, and cultural dialogue, as UNESCO encourages. So this fosters respect for diversity and contributes to peace. If heritage activates the desire to travel and the visit concludes with encounters among visitors, then heritage contributes to peace, and by doing so, it contributes to protecting itself. So in conclusion, young people, young people, young people. Let us work for their future by breaking the dome of static mentality and symbolically breaking the 88mm anti-tank shell. Nature itself stands in wonder with astonishment at the simplicity of this path toward launching the industry of peace. But it requires, of course, belief. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And now we can invite Cynthia from the ICAHM Committee on Archaeological Management. Well, actually, I remember in 2014, we hosted an edition of your committee. And so we are really glad, thanks to Boguslav and TheoPhilos, to welcome ideally the committee again. So it's a great pleasure. So the floor is yours.
It's
Please.
a pleasure to be back. Thank you. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. We're very happy to see you. Let's try to put it like this. It's good. No, I don't need this. I need this. You put it up a bit. Exactly. Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here again after so many years. And this time with TheoPhilos, I think it's a very good collaboration because theory and practice in archaeology are particularly very important. So I am going to start with a story. I'm a very young grandmother, and I have, oh, let's try to put the picture on. Where is that? That's the most important thing. Let's see, first of all, that doesn't matter so much. Sí, perfecto. ¿Dónde? Ah, no, qui. Ah, sì. So I was saying I am a very young grandmother, and I have two lovely granddaughters who are 10 and 6 years old. And I love taking walks with them in the countryside. Often enough, being an archaeologist, we come across some archaeological site, such as this one, which we visited last week, which is located on a hill overlooking the Lake of Bienne, where we live. We came upon a group of tall mounds. And the first thing they say, but Mamie, we are archaeologists. We found a site. And are you sure? How do you know? Let's see. Well, these holes show that somebody discovered them before. And the mounds, all these mounds are listed and will help to understand what they are and how to protect them against destruction. So why did they do these holes? But to look for a treasure. And what did they find? Skeletons, jewelry, weapons. But why were they there? Who were these people? To answer all these questions, we have to do excavations to see how the mounds were built, in which there are tombs. We have to analyze the bones and the materials used for making the jewelry, and understand from where they came from. Some of them came from Italy even. It's hard work, and you have to do it correctly. If not, you lose the important information. You have to record your finds, draw the situation on the site. It's very important because this all disappears when you excavate a site. So where is the treasure kept? These objects are now in a museum or in the deposits of the museum. So they will be cleaned and undergo restoration. So then you can see them in the exhibitions, the jewelry of real princesses. And well, Mommy, on this mound, there's not a hole. There's no hole. Wasn't it excavated? Yes, it was. But to show how it was built a long time ago, it was partially rebuilt. That's what restoration and conservation is about. You try to keep the mound as it was and protect it so that your children and grandchildren can discover it again just as you did. Now, can we be the princesses of this site? Okay, but you have to take care of it. Keep it clean and tidy. See that the mounds are not spoiled and that you can tell the story of a long-gone princesses, whoever comes and visits you. And how are you going to do it? Well, we will only let archaeologists excavate who follow the rules and use the most effective methods. It's in that way they may not destroy our mounds. And if somebody wants to rebuild a tomb, then they should know how it was built many years ago and use the same material, the same techniques. And then we will prepare our site, our home as princesses, so that any visitor can come with their babies, with their grandparents, with their friends, even if they are deaf, just like you. We will tell them our story, and for all our friends who live too far away, we will send them videos and cartoons. Ladies and gentlemen, I presented this parable to strengthen the lessons learned. Throughout the whole cycle of archaeological management, as we know it today, inventories are necessary, and because of these inventories, they have to be well done. There is the risk, of course, of losing sites in urban planning. With inventories, we know where they are, so we can protect them. Excavations are dangerous because we lose all material once the excavation is done. So it has to be done in a certain way that will allow protection of the data and the objects. The documentation has to be done in a certain way. If not, we lose all the knowledge of what we learned on the excavation. The objects have to be restored. If they are not well restored, if they don't follow the laws of restoration, then we lose what the object is about. It's the same for conservation of sites, of monuments. Archiving. Archiving is also extremely important. Without archives, no knowledge. So if the archiving cannot be done in a certain way, you are sure to lose all the information that has been brought to from the excavations throughout hundreds of years. And last of all, valorization. Valorization has to be done in a certain way. And for that, you do need also certain rules, certain ways to do it. And many handbooks exist about that. If not, you have destruction of the site through bad management, talking about tourism, over-tourism. I think there's a very good case here in Florence, as in other Italian cities that we know about. And there's something special for me. There's no accessibility. Universal accessibility to archaeological sites is an extremely important thing. If you don't know how to do it, you will not do it correctly. And not doing it correctly, you do not have visitors who come in any place. So all these things come together, and we need handbooks, we need guidelines. ICAHM has been developing guidelines for quite a long time also. In one of those cases, the Salala guidelines for archaeological parks or such things are very important today. I think there are many, many guidelines that have been done during time. So let's say with the inventories of the sites, we have handbooks and guidelines, which are the main expression of theory and the ways of the state of art of application. Although in practice, each archaeological service or ministry or office applies the given methodologies differently because of political standards, of governmental issues, and so on. It's always a little bit different, but it's still very, very important to have the main lines of following how the application goes. Then we have the history of practice of excavations, which dates from the mid-18th century, and the advance of technology that has decisively influenced the archaeological excavations. And then there's the theory of archaeology, has been developed since the 1980s onwards, and has brought systematization and also standardization of the practices, which is in archaeology extremely important. And that has all brought quality in the work that has been done. But it has also brought about the dilemma of heritage, archaeological heritage, the destruction of what you study. The theory in archaeological research, theoretical archaeology, is not only influential in the ways of writing reports and documentation, but also in the way of thinking, so much as to put the main accents on scientific exercises while sometimes neglecting the storytelling, which is so much important for the valorization of the results of archaeological works. The technical aspects of conservation, I will not talk much about that. I think the whole 2 days will be much about that. So They're very much influenced also on theoretical aspects, which define not only the use of such and such material, but also its sustainability, its visual aspect, and so on. And the valorization of science. Their public appearance and the universal accessibility are further aspects that have followed a strong development throughout time. New solutions like social media are found, while other problems arise, as I mentioned before, over tourism as an example. We observe a plethora of new publications trying to find solutions and new ways of valorizing. Many are practical, yet theory is not far away, since it forms the basis of new reflections. Theory, practice, ladies and gentlemen, go hand in hand. And archaeology and its management are the perfect example of this collaboration, or even more, of its symbiosis. So I thank you very much for your attention to this matter. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now let me invite a long-lasting friend of us, of our committee and of our foundation, architect Giora Sola, that unfortunately, due to the current international circumstances, has been obliged to stay home. And now I invite him to get to take the floor and deliver his presentation. Just a moment, I go there and immediately he appears on the screen.
לראות שאני לא רואה את זה על המסך. לחצתי על זה. Hello, everybody.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Hope you can hear me. I'm really sorry we cannot be with you in person, but saluti da Gerusalemme a Firenze. Yes, we are talking about practice. As we just heard, the theory and practice go hand in hand, and we'll hear several or many presentations. Some of them are really about practice, and others are about theory, philosophy, and so on. I want to introduce the issue of threats. Certainly, archaeological sites, built archaeological heritage is in permanent kind of danger, threats of all kinds of threats. So I will try to go through some of the threats, because some of us who are in research can continue and do research and write and so on. Some of us who are mixing research and practice quite often have to deal with the threats, how to prevent them, how to work on already damages and so on. So the first, I would say, the first threats to built archaeological heritage, mainly the buried ones, the ones which are not really standing and are seen, is lack of information. As we just heard, in that forest and small hills and mounds, nobody knows there's archaeology. And that's one. So this is solved sometimes by proper studies of the ground and so on. But that's a possible threat. Another one, I must say, and I was once a member of the scientific committee of archaeology until Andrzej Tomaszewski asked me to move to his committee on training. Is the excavation itself. The first threat is exposing things which are buried for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and somehow were protected by being covered. And the other one is exposing them, and I must say, archaeologists themselves, by dismantling one layer in order to uncover the next layer. Some people will say they're causing damage. Of course, that's professional research, and that's whether it's damage or not, but it's a certain threat. Lack of funding, but that's mainly for conservation and maintenance once things are already uncovered, and lack of proper management when it's already there. So it's sites which are excavated and abandoned, not excavated but exposed and not being taken care of, and so on. A very, very big threat is looting. Looting illegal excavations. We see here on this picture small pits, which are a result of unprofessional illegal excavations, mainly for collectors and for the market of antiquities. And then we find them in shops or even in some museums. Vandalism is another one. I will come back to it. Already mentioned excessive tourism, but reconstruction. And this was one of the kind of reasons for this topic of our conference, because in our committee we're mentioning many times reconstruction. Is it allowed? How? When? And so on. But what's the reason for reconstruction? Is increasing attractivity of sites for visitors, but also for training, for teaching, for education. So on its own, the objective is not negative, but sometimes when it's not done properly, when it's excessive and so on, it can cause damage. Certainly, numbers of visitors, carrying capacity is a very difficult thing to calculate, but you have to take it into consideration, the visitors. You can see on one of the pictures a theater partly reconstructed with the columns, which were, of course, were not standing when they were found, were area of earthquakes. But the use of these sites, then some of them are used. Many of the theaters, amphitheaters, Roman period, Hellenistic period, and so on, are used. It can be a threat if it's not dealt with properly, managed properly. Then, of course, lack of conservation. Lack of conservation after excavation, or if it's not excavated, we can see here on the left-hand picture, we can see a building which was not excavated. Underneath the excavations, but the building itself was never restored, never any treatment. In this case, you can see the palm trees. I know quite well the site. It's Caesarea in Israel, is near the sea as well. So it suffers of all kinds of threats, including the marine environment and so on. But lack of conservation is one. But non-professional conservation done by people who are not really conservators, using wrong materials, using all kinds of ideas, including structural engineers, quite often. I remember working on archaeological sites with structural engineers who said, well, the first thing, it has to be strong. But if it has to be strong, maybe you will cause damage to the cultural heritage. So if you are not experienced or you don't have the proper knowledge, of course, it might cause damage. Human development, of course, the expansion of cities, expansion of settlements, infrastructure like roads, pipes, and so on. Agriculture, as much as we want it, and in some areas, of course, but once it's growing, it might cause damage. Mining, of course, all kinds of infrastructure development projects. Well, being here where I am, talking about conflicts, wars, we can see the pictures of the Bamiyan Buddhas before and after, which was ideological and religious reason for destruction. Another destruction, a man destroying with a sledgehammer ancient sites, probably Palmyra or another one. Wars, of course, whether it's sites are hit by intentionally or not intentionally, it doesn't matter. But these are threats. Now, some of them are in our hands, many are not. Years ago, I was asked to deliver a talk about the Hague Convention, which one of its objectives is protect, but it protects only if you keep the convention and so on. Then, of course, natural processes. It's like our own body aging. Aging is a threat, but has to be decay of materials, erosion. I mentioned already marine environment and so on. Natural disasters, as we see here on this picture, that's in Turkey. One of the big earthquakes. Of course, you being there in Italy, in seismic zones, we know quite well the results of earthquakes, floods. You can read here a World Heritage publication of the percentage of sites in the world, World Heritage sites in the world, at risk of floods because of global warming and so on, environments and so on. Now, these are the big threats, and our role, each of us in their function, place, and so on. Whether it's I wish peace to everybody, but whether it's really leading for peace or technical solutions, proper solutions, legal protection, and so on. These are the threats, and I hope in the next 2 days we'll hear a little bit about solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Okay. אני לא רואה אותו, יודע. Stop share. No.
Also in our call, so I will not touch these issues. But opening our conference, I would like to underline that this year we're celebrating 20 years of activity of our committee. I know the reality of ICOMOS, and I'm absolutely convinced that there is no other committee which is working so regularly as we are doing. As you saw in our call, this is the 27th conference, but this is also the 17th conference which is held in Florence. I can say that Florence is our home of our committee, and because of that, I would like to express our warm gratitude to Paolo. He started our cooperation. Carlotta, she's continuing with so passion, and of course Simone, thanks to him, he's always very engaged, and thanks to that team and then thanks to that foundation, we are able to have that conference every year. So thanks a lot for that. And I would also like to express our gratitude to the organizers from our committee. Nigel is the leading person, and also for the colleagues, they evaluated the papers. This year, we received more than 50 papers, so that was a hard work to select that number of papers. So thanks a lot for those colleagues. They delivered their proposals. And as every year, we are also planning the publishing the selected papers. And because of that anniversary, we are not having one conference as the commemoration of that anniversary. We will try to have that anniversary through the whole year. So this year, this is the starting point. Then we have the conference in Malaysia, also organized by our committee. And we have also the second conference, which will be held in Łódź. That would be about the protection of the public, historic public spaces in Malaysia. The main topic, according to the main topic of the General Assembly, is the living heritage, but that issues will be discussed later on. So thanks a lot for coming, for presenting, for preparing those papers. And again, thanks a lot for the Foundation del Bianco, because thanks to that we could meet every year in that beautiful place. Thanks a lot. As Simone mentioned, now it's time for a coffee break, half an hour and just a few minutes after the 11. Yes?
Yeah. Now it's time for the first coffee break, and we resume the conference and the meeting at 11.
Yeah.
So please, you can go downstairs for the break, and also for admiring the statue Stupore, who is in the ground floor.
Yeah, yeah. The scientific And the first contribution will be delivered by Nigel Walter from United Kingdom, our Secretary General, and the topic, as you see, this is the title. Nigel, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bogusław. Just before starting, for those who are not members of TheoPhilos, you won't perhaps have seen this, a collection of the abstracts for the session printed out here. You can get them electronically on the website, but if you want to take those and follow, you're very welcome to. Okay, so this first session is, on the one hand, very local and parochial. It concerns some standing remains in a town in Suffolk, in the east of England. But I want to use this just to pull out some potential threads of discussion which are much more general. So this is, so Bury St Edmunds is a market town in Suffolk. That's what it looks like from the air. And the name, so St Edmund was a king of East Anglia in the 9th century, and he was killed by the Danes. And the town was built up around the Abbey, which had at its centre his remains. As we know, in medieval times, the remains of saints were a very marketable commodity, if you like. So just to give you an idea, the blue dotted line is the extent of the site. It's now termed, most of the site is the Abbey Gardens. It's a very nice, but with some standing remains and some existing buildings, which we'll come to. The particular building I want to talk about, or particular structure I want to talk about, is in that circle. It's the west front of the Abbey Church. If you have a look to the east of the picture, there's a rectangle which is some tennis courts. Just to the left of that is the east end of what was a huge church, huge Abbey church on this site. The large church building to the left of the highlight is what is now the Cathedral of Bury St Edmunds. It only became a cathedral. It was a parish church. It only became a cathedral when they created this diocese, which was only in the early 20th century. But it's the Abbey remains that we are going to be thinking about. I want to offer you this quote from Catherine Freeman. Archaeology as a discipline understands people as existing in complex relations with the material world and the broader environment. And through these relations, more ephemeral aspects of our society, practices, relationships are materialized and become accessible for study. So there's something, it's just hinting at what I might call an archaeological sensibility. And we'll come back to that at the end. This is the plan of the monastic settlement. That's the limit of it. There's a river to the right, vineyards to the right of that. The zigzag thing are fish ponds. And you can see the church in the middle of, the Abbey church in the middle of this. And the west front is in the circle again. That's the church. To give you an idea of scale, it's 154 meters long. So, you know, I think that's slightly more than Chartres, for example. It's more than the Duomo by a couple of meters. Okay, so it's a really big building. It would be a cathedral, you know, in terms of size. And the width of the nave is about 25 meters. Just observe these two at the south and the north, these two octagonal structures, which are called Samson's Towers, one of which survives, the other one of which doesn't. That's a rendering of what it might have been like at around 1400. So it's a substantial monastic settlement with this enormous abbey church. That's what the west front might have looked like. Very impressive. These visuals are from the English Heritage website. And Abbot Samson was the abbot who completed the Abbey church in about 1200. And the building of these two towers, the octagonal towers, was, we understand, a later addition as part of the original build, but they were introduced in order to make the west front 75 meters, and they were trying to make it bigger than Norwich. You know, there's some competition. Yeah. It's just some very brief history. So Edmund is martyred in perhaps 869, something like that. On the site, they build a stone rotunda building for his remains. The new church is begun at the east end, of course, 1080. In 1095, those remains are brought into the completed east end of the church. In around 1200, the whole thing is completed. In 1210, the central tower collapses. There are riots where the building is attacked. The west tower collapses in 1430. It's gutted by fire in 1465. And then in Britain, in England, we have the dissolution of the monasteries by Henry. So all of these massively impressive monastic sites are taken by the king, and they are plundered both by the king for the land and all of that wealth, but also the buildings are plundered for stone in the decades following that. This then, go forward 140 years, this is what the West Front looked like. And that writing at the top says, a view of the ruins of the West Front of the Abbey, as they now appear, the three houses built in the arches of the three great doors and other additional buildings. So you can see the domestic windows. By this stage, in fact, from the 17th century onwards, it was an inhabited ruin. So three houses have been built into it. And you can see at the south end on the right-hand side, that's the octagonal Samson's Tower, much reduced in height, with a thatched roof, very quaint. Very interestingly, on the same illustration, Edward King demonstrates what it would have been like without the houses. So he's sort of peeling apart the layers. Interesting thing. That's a very similar time, a slightly more architectural elevation. You can see the three main openings, the three big portals. And that's what it looks like now. So the bay fronted, the bay windows on the left, that's the northernmost of the three portals, and then you get the two others. And by the time you get to the car, that's the other end of the main elevation. And this is what you have at the back. So very domestic, but you can see the ruins. The tower is the tower of the cathedral. Going back to 2005, these buildings, these houses, all but one of them were derelict. And they were derelict because they were riddled with dry rot, at least one of them was. And the reason for that is that just in terms of construction, the ruins of the Abbey were very stable. But when the houses were made, they had built up the land by about 2 meters and with fill. And the houses, therefore, were settling with respect to the ruins. And all of the joints between old and new were mortar and tile fillets, so a sort of hard junction instead of a lapping of lead, for example. So you had water coming in from the top, causing rot, and they were abandoned. This is with all of the windows boarded up, but the local sort of conservation group had painted all of the boarding up so that it didn't look quite as desolate. However, on the back, it looks very Gothic and miserable and overgrown. And you can see the problems with there's some problems with damp coming down that evidently blocked downpipe. But that was the least of the troubles. Dry rot inside. The state of the roof, it's very Gothic, isn't it? This is a plan of the area as it started. You can see the two of the three portals, the bay window right at the top on the ground floor plan on the left. That's the third of the portals, and then working down you get two, and you get the Samson's Tower at the bottom. This is a proposed plan, very few differences. Key difference is that they were able to create two houses out of the one in the middle. There. So that's the front and the back elevation as existing. And then this is the restored state in 2007. And that's that little bit of extension. The extension is on the left-hand side of the main picture. So very, very nice and very desirable houses. Interestingly, Historic England, English Heritage as it was then, issued a publication called Constructive Conservation in 2008, which was it showcased 20 case studies to demonstrate that Historic England were able to work with developers, and that developers didn't have to destroy heritage. They could work with heritage and get value out of the heritageness. And this was chosen as one of the flagship projects to demonstrate that they talk about the building having been resurrected. And the project architect was a chap called Hugh Bunbury. I'm very grateful to Hugh for his time in talking through the scheme. I learned a lot from him. And he's talking there about the cooperation between all parties. So with Historic England buy-in, it was a project that proceeded very smoothly, which is good. So just to pull out some points for reflection. That's a reminder of the Catherine Freeman quotes. So this archaeological sensibility, understanding people and the complex relations with the material world. I think there are three things I want to highlight. One is that inhabited remains are, for me, a really interesting borderline case between what used to be called dead monuments and living monuments, because it's a living dead monument, which is a whole area for discussion that we can have. Secondly, I would identify two competing paradigms. The first, if you see something like this, these remains as an art historical work, then the houses that have been put into it subsequently are a pollution of the purity of the original. That's one paradigm. I would suggest an archaeological paradigm that archaeologists seem to be much more capable of entertaining different layers on a site, this metaphor of the palimpsest, and that archaeologists have a way of giving a voice to the living content, the people content of heritage in a way that conservation has struggled to. The third comment is that use is a form of protection. At the bottom, that's a view of the monastery, again, late 18th century, from the river, so from the east side. And you can see a whole lot more standing remains over on that side than there are now. And that's because those standing remains weren't inhabited. So we can suggest that the west front is still standing because those houses were inserted in it, because they have a use. And this suggests what I would describe, I would suggest that it's only in the long, long term, in the archaeological timescale, if you like, it's only the used buildings that survive. So use is not a nice to have, it's an essential really for the survival of heritage, I would suggest. And that's it. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, thanks a lot for this interesting contribution. It seems to me that it was visible that not clear is the distinction between the protection of ruins, which we treat as the part of the protection of the built heritage, and the protection of the archaeological sites. So it was visible also during the period of evaluation of our papers that the border is not clear. I do hope that during our conference we will get more information. Is it that distinction or not? And is it any specificity and difference between the protection of ruins as a part of the built heritage and protection of the specific type of heritage which is called as the archaeological sites? The next contribution will be also delivered by the colleague from England, David Garrard, intending the monument notes towards an archaeological of the future. Please.
15 minutes. Okay. I've got a timer. Won't allow myself to go over. Hello. As you see, the title has changed a little since I wrote the abstract, and the content has changed considerably. So don't expect me to do what I said I would do 6 weeks ago. So here is a monument, and another, and another, and another. They're the kinds of things that archaeologists, hello archaeologists, spend their lives trying to understand, and that heritage professionals, hello heritage professionals, seek to protect from various kinds of perceived harm. These endeavours, along with the resources they require and the opportunity costs they impose, call for some kind of justification, one that has traditionally been supplied in terms of certain values inhering in the monument itself and in the wider heritage of which it forms a part. Certain benefits, perhaps, that the monument can bestow, certain things it can do for us or that we can do with it. The first systematic attempt at a scheme of monument values comes, of course, in Alois Riegel's famous 1903 essay on the modern cult of monuments. Riegel's classification, which has decisively influenced subsequent typologies of heritage value, significance, etc., is neatly divided into two columns. The first is that of memory or commemorative values, under which he places values associated with intentional commemoration and the idea of history, as well as the romantic Ruskinian category of age value. The second comprises present-day values, including artistic value, use value, and the neophilic consumer preferences that give rise to newness value. A great deal could be and has been said about these categories and the various subdivisions that fall under them. What interests me today, however, is just the fact that Riegel frames his overall account of monument values in terms of their relation to memory and to our awareness of the flow of time. That the value of monuments as such relates somehow to memory and time is hardly a controversial idea. As the Roman linguist Varro informs us, the very word monument relates etymologically both to memory and to admonition, the act by which past experience addresses itself to present deliberation in the hope of forestalling future folly. But I've always found Regal's treatment of this theme to be one of the less satisfactory elements of his account, and some of its shortcomings have, I think, been bequeathed to the ideas about heritage significance with which we now operate. The issue I'll focus on today is the elision of pastness with the idea of memory, that the past to which monuments refer is necessarily a remembered one, evokes a certain picture of time consciousness that is, I will suggest, both unduly narrow and potentially very misleading. More recent theorists of the monument have criticised the legacy of Regal's analysis while remaining to some extent trapped within its limitations. Françoise Chouet describes how contemporary heritage culture seeks a symbolic exhaustiveness by gathering together the meaningful and the trivial, evidences of an age-old past along with those of a past that is brand new. It thus constructs a patrimonial mirror, a device for looking backwards from a disregarded present into an image of recollection. Thordis Arrhenius adopts a similar metaphor. The cult of monuments represents modernity's longing for a return to an original, non-historicized relation to the object, so that strategies of conservation become scopic technologies that administrate material stuff so that it returns us to an image of the past. Both writers seem imprisoned in a heritage management version of Plato's cave, in which the monument presents an opaque surface that occludes all view of futurity while reflecting a static and depthless tableau of a falsified past. Now, to point a way out of this impasse, I want to draw on an unexpected source. One of Regal's contemporaries at the University of Vienna was a Moravian doctoral student in mathematics by the name of Edmund Husserl, same on the left. Both men took classes with the psychologist Franz Brentano in the middle, who pivotally influenced Husserl's developing interest in the philosophical study of consciousness, a field he went on to make his own as the founder of the vastly influential movement known as phenomenology. The aim of phenomenology, very roughly speaking, is to understand the essential structures of consciousness from a subjective or first-person point of view. The key idea here is what Husserl and Brentano called intentionality, a term borrowed from medieval philosophy to denote the particular way in which each mental state of a subject refers to or is about some object. This might be a concrete object or thing. My current perception of the Palazzo Capini refers to, intends the Palazzo Capini, or it might be an abstract object. My hope that there will be coffee at the next break intends the state of affairs in which precisely there is coffee at the next break. The point is that this object, or a mentalized version of it, is included within the intentional state. It is present, Brentano says, as an immanent objectivity, but that this inclusion can take different forms depending on the nature of the state itself. As Brentano famously put it, in presentation, something is presented; in judgment, something is affirmed or denied; in love, loved; in hate, hated; in desire, desired, and so on. The phenomenologist's task, then, is to study the intrinsic character of these various intentional forms. In 1904, a year after Regal published The Modern Cult of Monuments, Husserl gave a lecture series at the University of Göttingen in which he used the phenomenological method and the concept of intentionality to reflect on the character of experienced time. These lectures were later edited by his former students Edith Stein and Martin Heidegger to be published in 1928 as The Phenomenology of Internal Time Consciousness. Though Husserl's account is not directly concerned with monuments, it offers, I want to suggest, an alternative and more promising account of their role in mediating our experience as self-consciously temporal beings. Now, as a phenomenologist, Husserl's theme is our subjective experience of time, or better, the time of subjective experience, your experience of this talk, for example, which you may now feel is going rather slowly, or else perhaps much too fast. From this, he says, emerge our ideas of objective time, the time in which worldly events, such as this talk, considered as a measurable empirical happening, occur. This includes the mathematized clock time of modern science and bureaucracy. Husserl's aim, then, is to understand how this temporal objectivity can be constituted in internal subjective time consciousness. Now, for Husserl, as for St. Augustine, whose, am I missing a slide there? Oh, it's there. Whose analysis of time in the Confessions was a major source for Husserl's ideas, temporality is at once the most fundamental aspect of our conscious life and the most difficult to analyze. Augustine famously said, "What then is time? If nobody asks me, then I know. If I want to explain it to someone who asks me, I do not know." The aspect of time consciousness that Husserl finds at once the most characteristic and the most puzzling is its character of flow or flux. At one level, we live always in what Husserl calls the now, in moments of simultaneity in which everything that appears, even memories of the past or anticipations of the future, appears presently. And yet time, like its three-dimensional correlate space, is experienced as a continuum. Just as an object in space, like a table, is not formed of a series of extensionless spatial points, but stretches out continuously in 3 dimensions, so a temporal object, like a heard melody or a train of thought, extends seamlessly away from the present into both past and future. And our moment-to-moment awareness encompasses not just instantaneous slices, but the uninterrupted whole. How then can we reconcile the momentary character of time experience with its fluid and extended quality? Here, Husserl looks back to the account of temporality offered by Brentano in his lectures of the 1860s. For Brentano, at least as Husserl reads him, the flow of time is made possible by a law of primordial association. It's all right. Every act of perception is, according to a law that admits of no exceptions, accompanied by 2 further acts of what Brentano calls fantasy, one which reproduces past perceptual contents in memory, and another which imaginatively anticipates future ones. But, says Husserl, such an memory and imagination-based account doesn't allow for our experience, doesn't allow us to experience a temporal object as a unified totality. It offers only a punctual perception of the now phase that happens to be accompanied by separate imaginative renderings of its past and future phases. Husserl describes memory and predictive imagination as modes of Vergegenwärtigung, representing or presentification, acts in which images of non-present objects are served up in the now, even as they remain firmly identified as belonging to the past or future. But a temporally extended object is experienced, perceived, through an authentic primary presentation. The object is primordially given to us in its entirety, which, Husserl says, requires an act of consciousness whose every present moment includes, as a part of itself, adumbrations of its own past and future phases. We hear the whole melody as flowing through time. We don't just perceive one note after another, while also remembering the previous notes and predicting those to come. So in place of Brentano's 3 concurrent but distinct acts of perception, memory, and imaginative anticipation, Husserl offers us what he calls the experiential living present, a single extended act of perception articulated at any given point as a trinity of components or moments, an instantaneous primary impression or now apprehension, a retention of the past just departing, and a protension of the future just arriving. These aren't separate intentional acts, but inseparable parts of an organic whole which apprehends the object in its temporal continuity. As Husserl himself puts it, each now apprehension is the nucleus of a comet's tail of retentions referring to the earlier now points of the motion. And we might add, changing the metaphor somewhat, it's the mounting for a searchlight that pierces a little way into the darkness ahead. There's a great deal more to Husserl's account of time consciousness, but that's all I can give you right now. Where exactly, you may be asking, am I going with all this? Well, my suggestion is that his view of the living presence of consciousness, with its triune intentionality of impression, retention, and protension, and its perpetual running off, supplies a corrective to the picture of memory as a static image, reflected in the monumental mirror that's suggested by Regal's scheme of memory values and complained of by theorists like Schoe and Arrhenius. We do, of course, use monuments to remember, to summon up, and to contemplate fully formed images of the past as past. We do this in ordinary personal memory, as when right now I call to mind an image of standing on the terrace at San Miniato al Monte with my wife on a visit to Florence 12 years ago, a few weeks before the birth of our first child. Monuments, as what Pierre Nora calls lieux de mémoire, also feature prominently in what's referred to as collective memory, a complex, intersubjectively constituted form of intentionality that requires on intergenerational testimony and collective belonging. But there's a subtly different use of monuments, not as images in a personal or corporate memory palace, but as markers or moments in the stream of experienced time. And it's here that Husserl's account seems most illuminating. My recollection of San Miniato is not only a neatly framed memory picture, it's also a passage in the unfolding, temporally extended phenomenon that is my marriage, my family life, even my life as a whole. Temporal objects include not just discrete, objectifiable episodes like the playing of a melody, but also much more protracted and intimately personal ones. There are some, which we may call historical, that stretch out far beyond the span of an individual life. But even these are not beyond the scope of individual lived experience. We live in historical as well as in biographical time. We can experience its passage, the falling off of events into the past and the onset of a future that resolves into a sometimes joyful but sometimes terrible clarity as it flows towards the present. And here, something very like Husserl's transverse intentionality is at work, and in its operation, as in that of memory proper, monuments play a special role. Our capacity to experience the flow of time in its larger passages is strongly reinforced by our engagement with highly permanent objects, objects whose durability facilitates our retention of past epochs as they fall further and further away into history, even as it allows us to protend oncoming phases into which we suppose they, the monuments, will endure. All this happens, as it were, obliquely, not so much when we stand face to face with the monument or examine it in memory's mirror, but as it slips past and away from us, or we from it, into the continuum. Can I have another minute? Go on. I conclude with a famous passage on time from Husserl's great predecessor, Augustine. Augustine described time consciousness as arising from an experience of strain between the present moment in which we live and the future into which we're moving, and the past from which we perpetually depart. He writes of how, in reciting a poem, the vital energy of what I'm doing is in tension between the two of them. It strains towards my memory because of the part I've already recited, and to my expectation on account of the part I still have to speak. If we think of Augustine's memory and expectation in terms of Husserl's phases of presentation, rather than as complete presentifying acts in their own right, this passage beautifully captures what it's like to live in time's flow. The dynamic tension that Augustine evokes and that Husserl subjects to a precise theoretical articulation is also, I've been suggesting, characteristic of our dealings with monuments and heritage, and is integral to their value. An account of this value that gave due emphasis to this phenomenological dimension, for want of a better term, we might just call it temporal value, might correct or certain distorted images, and perhaps, though I admit I haven't thought about this, certain ill-conceived policies that spring from them. At any rate, I think it would offer a truer image of what monuments and perhaps archaeology do for us and enable us to do. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Maybe I'm wrong, but probably you no one used the expression archaeological heritage in your presentation.
I might have used the word archaeology once or twice, but that's as close as I came.
Okay. Dear colleagues, so the next presentation will be delivered by Francesca Malservisi from France, not for the first time. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this invitation to talk about the important shift between 19th and 20th century in what we can call an archaeological exception in French restoration context. My presentation is about the gradual dissolution of a particular practice in theory applied to most remarkable buildings on ancient Roman archaeological sites. So I'm going to talk about the transition from filling in the missing sections and to create ruins. And through the presentation of a few significant examples, we will observe the transfer of practice between different areas of conservation. And to conclude with the question, an important aspect of my research focuses on the relation between discourse and practice in heritage conservation. So ancient monuments are a very interesting corpus for exploring these questions. In the international context of Rome in the early 19th century, artists and scholars debate the best way to consolidate and supplement Roman monuments. The first restoration projects gave rise to principles of intervention that found a following, and the French participated in this debate. In Quatre de Quincy, Dictionnaire historique d'architecture, we can read definition of terms restoration and restore. They are evidence of the adoption of these specific principles in France. Roman monuments, priceless examples of the art of building, had been the subject of extensive studies since the Renaissance. They had been observed, measured, drawn, and made complete as graphic images by architects and artists. In consequence, the restoration of ancient buildings is presented by the author, Quatre de Quincy, as an operation that must ensure a certain degree of reliability. The main principles are the integrity of the section dating from the antiquity and simplified finishing, I quote, in such a way that there is no possibility that the viewer will be misled and confused the ancient works with what has been added. The example cited by Quatre de Quincy is the famous project of the Arch of Titus in Rome. While questions arise with regard of their adaptation to specific cases, these principles established themselves over the course of the 19th century as shared principles in French context. Ancient Roman remains have multifaceted significance, and one of the important aims is that every artist must have access to the remains in ancient monuments unmediated by reproductions of carved stones. So in France, this principle will applied in the restoration work in the Arch of Orange, which was carried out in the 1820s. Proximity in terms both of timing and in program. But other French ventures witness into the special status reserved for the ruins of antiquity. So we can talk about the Porte Noire in Besançon, or the restoration here of the Porte d'Autun by Viollet-le-Duc in 1840s, and the restoration of the temples in Vienne in the middle of the 19th century. The status endured until the early 20th century. This essay set out to draw a parallel between the significance given to the contrast between modern and ancient elements, and to observe the way new practices developed in the course of the 20th century. The best preserved architectural highlights can be grouped together into clusters. Monuments that are still standing but have sections of them missing,
and monuments that have collapsed and can likely be reassembled by means of anastylosis, with different way to use this term. These practices create a sense of contrast between the supplementary elements and the pre-existing. What was special about the restoration of ancient monuments was the acceptance of this contrast. At the opposite, these differences in appearance tended to be toned down in the restoration of medieval buildings in France. The priority was to end up with an overall sense of unity. It's not surprising. These specific principles have been more difficult to apply in work carried out on large monuments, often affected by high-impact usages. The long processes of clearing, repairing, and adapting ancient theaters and amphitheaters have put heavy pressures on the twin principles of not altering the existing and applying differentiated treatment in the added sections. Between the late 19th and the early part of the 20th century, these great monuments would play in France an important role for nationalistic agenda, a source of identity. In the context of this renewed commitment to showcasing the Roman past, the conservation of archaeological sites during the interwar period was marked by a number of unique projects that revealed the profound shifts in the principle applied. The most widely publicized project was the Trophée de la Turbie by Jules Formigé, the partial reconstruction, which was staged as a ruin, shows an unprecedented change of scale with a switch in the role of stones from antiquity. Ancient fragments constitute a minor part of the material used, and the depth positioning in these stones gives legitimacy to the entire volume. There are other sites that symbolize the renewed investment in major archaeological sites in France, as Vaison-la-Romaine, where new sites were excavated during the 30s. Diverse practices adopted in reassembling or rather creating ruins produce structures in a partial incomplete state. Carlier wrote an article in 1939 emphasized the break with the past. Ancient sites were no more clear, or new parts were no more cleared, recognizable. The architect is the same, Jules Formigé. And we can say that the Carlier voice is a discordant voice in what was a favorable reception in general in France. La Turbie and Vaison-la-Romaine were carried out between the wars, a period of transition in the history of architecture and of conservation practices in France. There is a decline in the role of ancient ruins as models of timeless beauty. In interwar period, a series of projects caused practices to evolve. So you have seen new works in major archaeological sites, and there are other important works, reconstruction works on monuments damaged during World War I. Here, the priority in general was given to an appearance of overall unit. But another option emerged, the visible inclusion of preserved stones recovered from the ruins and positioned at random, be it molded sections or plain facing. So we can see the church in Senon. This is a very different context from archaeological sites, but the incorporation of ancient stones is a similar use of old fragments. Stone, recognizable by their damaged aspect and tonality, punctuate the surfaces. Their inclusion acts to confirm the legitimacy of the intervention itself. This innovative use of stones has didn't found a specific name during that period and until the end of the 20th century. And this option was added to the existing practices, as we can observe during the second phase of monument reconstruction after the Second World War. Here you can see the example of Jean-Marie Froidevaux reconstruction of Lessay Abbey. A considerable number of stones that had fallen down were incorporated into the reconstructed section. Old stones, often resized to make them fit, and new stones with any perfectly straight line give a sense of overall harmony, but with a variety of finishes. And Froidevaux itself made it clear that from that point on, any study of the monument would involve consulting the documents relating to the reconstruction project in archives. So integrating stones from the debris can be read as a gesture of respect for the ancient materials, but also a pragmatic aesthetic approach. This manner of integrating stones can be used in other situations. In France, it has used, for example, for Tarbes Cathedral, but you can see the reconstruction of the Dresden Cathedral, the dark stones dispersed across the plain facings call to mind not only the reconstructed churches, but also the project La Tourbie and Vaison. Is the conservation of ancient monuments always carried out on the basis of specific principles in France? This is a question. By the middle of the century, specific attitudes had evolved. Ancient remains, while retaining a certain aura of and symbolic importance, ended up acquiring a patrimonial status similar to that of heritage works from more recent periods. A key moment was the restoration of l'Arc d'Orange. It was this very important and expressive of this shift. The project gave the entire facing a new, more uniform appearance, thanks to the artificial process of degradation applied to the stones added during the beginning, Auguste Caristy first restoration. So during and more recent, there was another restoration in 2009, where some of this fixing all we can see in the yellow round that were the remnant of the bronze adornment were plugged. So in the early 19th century, it was important to allow each new generation of architects and historians to renew the process of interpreting the archaeological remains. The stock of aesthetic references changed completely after the language of classicism was abandoned in the mid-20th century. Ancient remains are no more an inexhaustible source of material for reflecting on architectural composition. The recent program of restoration of the Maison Garrett in Nîmes is a revealing example. The extensive program of work carried out was wide-ranging and included the reintegration of decorative elements, friezes, and carved capitals. The aim is to make the degraded state of certain elements less visible and masking the perceptible traces of past alteration. What is still there in archaeological sites, like a new practice, we can say, is the practice of creating assemblage as imitation of ruined structures. The construction of a corner of the small temple on the Glanum archaeological site is part of this practice. In France, the consensus upholding the principle of making new elements recognizable and crumbled as the centrality of the ancient aesthetic ideal began to decline at the start of the 20th century. Archaeologists, historians, and architects had separate areas of expertise, which meant that the problems involved in restoring ancient monuments did not become a proving ground for testing the principle of restoration. In other cultural contexts, particularly in Italy, the imperative of leaving remains unaltered and to declare addition would fuel the debate on the conservation of buildings inherited from other periods. And what about reassembling the elements of collapsed building? The practice has been realized in a host of projects. They could be classified based on the percentage of ancient stones used, the criteria governing their placement, the impact of these choices, and the loss of archaeological information. These interventions are part of the long history, a critical account of which has yet to be written. Thank you.
The next contributions will be delivered by Calogero, Bellanca, and Susana Mora. Susana is not with us today, so Calogero, please. I will tell you, Calogero. Yeah. Don't worry about the timing. I will push you.
Scelgo la vecchiaia, vai con me. Poi devo andare avanti questo, sì? Questo qui? Sì, questo qua, vabbè. Allora, good morning. I am very glad to be here with so many friends. I speak in my name and in name of Susana Mora and Tommaso Cicerella, my PhD. And thank you, Carlotta and del Bianco family for your introduction and some important sentence for the dialogue, for the future of our activity, especially for the scientific evolution in our committee.
Excuse me.
Please.
Can you raise your voice, please? In the back row, we cannot hear. Most of the speakers spoke wonderful things, but we cannot hear because there's no microphone. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me. Allora, after some introduction, I think is a good idea. What is the archaeology? Sometimes the word archaeology comes from the Greek archaeologia, composed by two words, archaios, old, and logos, study. In the Oxford Dictionary, we can find that archaeology is the study of human history and prehistory through the excavation of site, of the analysis of artifacts and other physical remains. But please, we can understand in chart of Venice, please, in point number 15, in accordance by UNESCO declaration by 1956, ruins must be maintained and for the permanent conservation and the protection of architectural features. Please, only anastylosis, that is the say, the reassembling of existing but the dismembered part can be permitted. The material used for the integration should always be recognized, and its use should be the famous reintegration of the image. For me, it's important to remember chart de Venise, especially the number point, the 15 point. Well, in this point, would you remember the historic image when the beginning, the modern archaeology in Ercolano, for enter in the site during the Carlo III king. But the archaeological site are a very important definition in all world. This is an example. Or in all world, we have Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat. For this is important the knowledge. For this, I think is important. We can retrace some very important point for the remain, the knowledge and the interpretation of the remain in function of its situation in urban context or in landscape. We have some different position, but I think it's important remember for the conservation, the knowledge, the interpretation, the physical problem, please, is important, like water protection, because not only theory and practice together, the protection of the top of the wall, the conservation of the constructive system, the green, the roots of the tree, and the presentation. For this, sometimes these persistence are in different level compared to the nowadays pedestrian level. This is for Palatino, an example. Or in other place in Rome, this is an open question. In Portico d'Ottavia, the medieval level, Roman level, today contemporary level. Ecco, this is in some part the problem. Or in the historic center, we have sometimes this difficulty. The street today and the Roman level, or in the sometime ruins are inside the other architectural persistence, crypta balbi, or in some persistence. In all world we have this open question when the excavation in a building, in a palace, you have this difficulty, this situation. But in this ancient medieval monastery in Brescia, Domus dell'Ortaglia, we have this excavation. Now is important Brescia Romana. Ecco, for this is important in many another exemplification in many church, 2 or 3 different level. For this, we can study the knowledge before the conservation program. But now enter in the second part, the protection is important in all world, protection of wall with the famous capping for I Romani, area Largo Argentina, but in all world is the same. Oh, please don't forget the conserving in Pompeii, conserving the historic constructive system. The water, the ancient water canalization is very, very important. This new, during the rain, is possible in this place where the water. This is very important. The maintenance in this system. The disposal of the water is important, and then sometimes we have the new problem when you have this insertion for the typical problem. But we have a different system for the rainwater, especially in many countries. In this ancient monastery in Spain, with the roof, the pedestrian level, and the canalization, and the classical capping. But we enter now in another problem. In this simplificative case, we have some different solution. Consolidation of the ancient walls, the general conservation, the accessibility and respect the ancient fragment, a minimum intervention from the consolidation and the new design. All together, this is sometimes the operative problem. But we have a new architecture sometime can be designed from protection presentation. An example, in France, some 2 modern or contemporary insertion we have in San Romaningal or in Vesuna in Perigord. And this is an example for the new design. And then the classical example from didactic in Piazza Armerina. This is San Romaningal, the new design in archaeological site. This is another question. Or Vesuna, Jean Nouvel, where you have the new presentation. This is important. Or in Africa, I remember in Ethiopia, this shelter, this protection, and this is another open question. Well, a classical problem is in Pompeii. Pompeii is, today we speak about some colleague. I remember for didactic, but not only for didactic, for our history, because when was presented this project in Piazza Armerina, before Venice Charter, then we have the musealization in situ, the didactical function for preserving the mosaic, and was presented and received in Venice Charter by Roberto Pane and Gazzola and Lemaire accepted this and published this work by Franco Menissi. In this case, we have the first example of the reversibility, respect the different authenticity, the minimum intervention, in synthesis, the reintegration of image. This is a guideline for the archaeology in many countries. And the first walkway with many tourism and so. But the problem in the last year, excuse me for my colleague from some country, no, your responsibility, the conservation of the atmosphere of the area of the authenticity, not to give more importance to the new elements. Sometimes we have the Disneyland effect. But this is okay in this case when the new design and the contrast with the authentic Roman persistence. In this case, in Tempio di Venere Roma, we have the only conservation, only maintenance, but this is a problem. More importance to the new construction. What is this? This is a hangar for airport. What is this? This is in Spain. Susana gave, okay, you can speak about this. In Valladolid, Villa Romana di Olmeida in Palencia, we go, please. It's terrible for this problem today. And this is the situation when you go. This is the authentic Roman, probably, but this is the new situation. Oh, in Austria, Carnuntum, I speak in my committee, another problem. Please remember the 15 point by Venice Charter, no reconstruction, only anastylosis. And this is Carnuntum. This is Disneyland effect. This is the problem. Oh, Xanten in Germany, excuse me, in our Hungary, Zombateli, ancient Savaria. On the left, the famous question by July, during Venice Charter, I remember how to my photo, because I studied in Hungary 45 years ago with Orler and so Verceni and many friends. And this is new, another Disneyland effect. But please, in Greece, what is this? In Ereteo, another problem, I think. This is design and material, compatibility or incompatibility. This is the question. To be or not to be? Selinunte. The concrete reinforced, it's another little mistake. Now with a maquillage. Okay, but the time is terrible. Okay, but another solution, probably the soft solution, other with the green. This is medieval restitution, reintegration, Alhambra de Granada with the arc, the green, in the Torres Balbas, and in the same time with Antonio Munoz in Rome proposed this ancient situation for the green in Tempio di Venere e Roma. But in Via Appia, many years ago, we have another important solution. Now, for arriving in the last period, one important point is how to enter in the archaeological site. Sometimes we have the necessity for the new access in Senilunte, in Ercolano, inside the archaeological side, the runway, the bridge, to not walk on the authentic pavements, the accessibility. We working for the accessibility some months ago. This is very important. This is the new design for entering Selinunte. Why this? For protecting the monument from vandalism, the abusive new building near. And this is in many Mediterranean area. We have this problem in Athens, in Sicily, in Pompeii, in Ercolano. We have the same problem. This is an idea, a guideline. But please, in Cerveteri, a soft solution for the accessibility. And the green solution help. This is important. The accessibility for the people, then it's important for the citizen can't walk, and please the light or the handrail. This is the little, many work for architect we have in the future, especially when we work together with the archaeology. Oh, we remember the first walkway in Piazza Armerina and the contemporary walkway in many archaeological sites in all the world. This is very, very important, but please don't forget the maintenance. This is another situation. And please, and for the last, is important, the didactic. This is the rediscovering after the conservation program in Rome in the historic center, these important Roman walls and the didactic panel. This is important, the explication. For this, I think, please don't forget the Venice Charter is our guideline, our history, our common basis. And then, please, you have some new charter, especially a charter for the protection and management of the archaeological heritage, and the European Convention for the protection of architectural heritage. I think I can conclude. Thank you very much, but we can speak for many hours about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us so many interesting pictures. I can add the comment that Calogero is probably the biggest defender of the Venice Charter in our committee. So, dear colleagues, the last contribution will be delivered by our colleague from Hungary and Germany, Helka Dzsacsovszki, theoretical frameworks for the protection of medieval ruins in Hungary. So still again, we will see ruins.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the organizers for putting on this conference and selecting my paper for presentation. I am a PhD candidate at the Technical University of Munich, but I am a member of the Hungarian National Committee of ICAHM. And today I'm going to talk about the theoretical frameworks for the protection of medieval ruins in Hungary around 1964. And medieval ruins, because medieval and Renaissance monuments, rather than ancient monuments, catalyzed the development of systematization of the restoration principles in Hungary during the mid-20th century. Because of centuries of wars and invasions, these monuments mostly remained in ruins, often in largely fragmented form. This circumstance brought the methodology of archaeological restoration to the forefront when considering the protection of these monuments. This presentation focuses on the theoretical framework for ruin protection in Hungary in 1964 to 1965, tracing the immediate evolution through 3 publications. First, I introduce a guideline published in the Hungarian Monument Protection Journal in early 1964, so just before the Venice Charter was published. Second, I show how these principles were amended after the Venice Congress. and presented to an international audience at a conference on ruin conservation held in Budapest later that year. And then thirdly, I will briefly discuss a national conference held a year later in 1965 in Budapest, where the alignment of Hungarian monument protection with the Venice Charter was more directly discussed and debated. Led by Miklós Horler, who Calogero also mentioned, an architect collective of the design department of the National Monument Inspectorate examined the three main tasks involved in the protection of ruins: conservation, interpretive additions, and the practical use. Their methodology was driven by practical problems, and they considered the theoretical principles with these problems in mind. Drawing on their own experience and early examples, they synthesized the principles into a guideline, primarily for internal use, but also to familiarize other professionals with these principles and even the broader public. Hence, it was published in the Monument Protection Journal Műemlékvédelem. The architects listed three approaches to the conservation and stabilization of ruins. In some cases, the existing state could be fixed without essential formal alteration by repairing cracks, repointing loose stones, removing plants with strong roots, such as the case that you can see on the left-hand side at the Pauline Monastery ruins in Nagyázsony. Where these initial measures were insufficient and further structural support was required through buttressing, for example, or additional walling, then supporting walls could be constructed of different material. Such was the case at the ruins of the Premonstratensian Church in Zsámbék. In both cases, materials and techniques had to ensure both the structural stability and the harmonious overall effect of the existing elements. Given the Central European weather conditions, protecting the parts of the ruins with a roof structure was an important consideration. When choosing a structure, shape, and material, the guidelines stressed that the protective roof should neither interfere with nor compete with the ruin's appearance, and that the result should be clear in its genre. The solution could range from installing a roof at specific parts of the ruin, such as the case on the left-hand side, or it could even fully enclose the ruins in a protective building. The guideline required additions to be clearly distinguishable from the original fabric, with the extent of the intervention legible from the object itself, to maintain and present the authentic, historically developed condition of monuments. Interpretive additions, argued the architects, can serve no other purpose than to stimulate thought, facilitating the conceptual reconstruction that takes place in the viewer's imagination based on the originally fragmentary object. This could be achieved by indicating the floor plan of the destroyed walls, for example, completing architectural forms such as carved window and door frames, and in some instances, even evoking some space and mass effects of the ruins through interpretive additions. For example, they mentioned the castle of Diósgyőr, where a concrete shell structure was used to convey the spatial impact of the destroyed section of the round bastion. Anastylosis was considered a special case of completion. It was recommended as not only a possible, but also a desirable method of reconstruction in all cases where the original location and context of the collected architectural details, in most cases stone fragments, can be determined, and structures that supports them still exist or can be reconstructed. For reconstruction, they recommended the use of different materials as that was the most appropriate, because this allows to indicate that the recognizable original architectural elements are not in their original location, but have been subsequently rebuilt. The article referenced the medieval royal palace in Esztergom, the first example of this practice in Hungary in the 1930s, where the architects recreated the spatial effect of the destroyed building by assembling original fragments and using different materials for the missing pieces and the masonry. Later examples also mentioned included the anastylosis of the Gothic cloisters at the Royal Palace of Visegrad. The article underlined that by their nature, ruins and archaeological remains are buildings and remains that have lost their original purpose and have fallen into disrepair. When discussing their practical use, the primary concern was promoting their cultural role. Potential uses such as museums, lapidaries, exhibitions, and even catering could be housed, provided that the ruin character was not compromised. A particularly successful and somewhat exceptional example was the ruined castle of Vargesztes, which was converted into a state-of-the-art hostel in the early 1960s, using the original ground plans and with minimal alterations to the fortress's exterior. This was one of the examples that was presented by the Hungarian delegation at the Second International Congress of Architects and Technicians of Historic Monuments in Venice in May 1964. In October 1964, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences organized an international conference on the protection of historical monuments with prominent experts including Walter Frodel, Piero Gazzola, and Raymond Lemaire were invited. The central topic was the protection of ruins, and participants visited several monuments in person, including the Castle of Vargesztes. Miklós Horler gave the lecture on the methodological questions of the restoration of castle ruins, presenting a shortened version of the guideline published earlier that year. Notably, however, the text also included some additions and modifications that reflect the positions codified in the recently adopted Venice Charter. Horler's conference lecture underlined the fundamental theoretical problem of the protective roof, namely that it introduces a new foreign element into the ruin, whose distinct architectural character stands in a certain tension with the accidental nature of the ruin. It confirmed the earlier article's points that the roof should not interfere or compete with the ruin's overall appearance, and that the result should be clear in its genre. Beyond visual harmony, the lecture stressed the requirement of interpretability. The protective structure should not hinder, but rather facilitate the architectural interpretation of ruins. This echoed Articles 13 and 15 of the Venice Charter, which emphasized that additions could only be permitted if they do not detract from the monument and its context, and that every means must be taken to facilitate the understanding of ruins. Article 15 of the Venice Charter stated that all reconstruction work should be ruled out, permitting anastylosis only, provided that the materials used for integration are recognizable and kept to a minimum. In light of this, Horler was somewhat compelled to defend the Hungarian approach to indicate the original spatial and mass effects of ruins. We emphasize that this is not about restoring the original spatial and mass effects, but about conveying them. The correct way to do this is therefore not to slavishly rebuild everything, but to refer to, mark, and suggest the original state. The earlier journal article recommended anastylosis not only a possible, but also a desirable method of reconstruction in all cases, where the original location and context of the collected architectural details can be determined. Horler now took a more reserved position, saying that anastylosis could be an authentic experience, but it is more desirable to hint at the destroyed space-defining structures or to replace them with completely modern structures. An interesting initiative in this regard, he quoted, has taken place in Hungary, for example, with the use of reinforced concrete shell structures. And here he was alluding to the already mentioned example of the castle of Austria. Hungarian experts considered it an important task to implement the principles of the Venice Charter as thoroughly and widely as possible, while also taking local circumstances into account. To this end, the Hungarian National Committee of ICAHM organized a two-day conference in October 1965. Miklós Horler delivered the keynote lecture, which was titled The Venice Charter and the Timely Theoretical Questions of Hungarian Monument Protection, which prompted a lively debate with almost 24 participant contributions in addition to the invited lectures. While I think the entire conference material deserves a closer look, given the time constraints, I'm only going to highlight a few contributions. Horler noted that the Venice Charter required further elaboration on some points to address specific problems in Hungarian practice, listing, among others, the question of completion and interpretive additions. Completion in every case presupposes a predominant majority of surviving original parts, against which the completions recede into the background, both in their quantity and their effect. Architect and university professor Frigyes Pogány further refined this definition by Horler, shifting the criterion of how much can be added away from quantitative majority toward more a qualitative judgment about whether what survives already speaks clearly enough to define the whole. As such, this meant that even a relatively small fragment, if sufficiently expressive and unambiguous, can set the terms that any addition then must respect and remain subordinate to. Even if the addition is materially modest, it must not cast any doubt or dilute the authentic character of what survives. Judith Nagypál, one of the architects who contributed to the guideline on ruin conservation that was published in the Architectural Journal, notably took a very prudent and she stressed that in practice, every restoration project involves, to varying degrees, of course, some form of completion that falls within the scope of creative activity. This activity, therefore, must not be regarded as a necessary evil, but as an organic accompaniment to monument restoration, which we must reckon with, without which one cannot speak of the continuation of monuments, nor indeed of modern monument protection at all. To conclude, I think what the Hungarian case demonstrates is that the Venice Charter functioned less as a closed doctrine than a catalyst and productive framework for ongoing professional debate. The practical, internal guideline, grounded in specific challenges posed by medieval ruins, was progressively refined through international dialogue, then subjected to rigorous theoretical scrutiny at home. At each stage, the questions sharpened rather than settled. The problem of the protective roof, the limits of anastylosis, the boundaries of addition, and the relationship between international doctrine and local practice, none of these questions yielded simple answers. What the Hungarian framework ultimately produced was a methodology negotiated between theory and practice, one that acknowledged creative intervention as inevitable and located authenticity not in its suppression, but in its careful subordination to what survives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Dear colleagues, we're trying to plan our session in order to have a short time at the end for the discussion. So now the floor is yours. As you know, the aim of our committee is to formulate any rules, if it's possible, which could be important for the practice. So we're trying not only finish our contribution presenting the case studies, but also to conclude those case studies, discussing whether it's possible to formulate any rules which could be obliging or at least supporting the practice. This is the main aim of our committee. So please keep in mind that goal of our activity. Please, the floor is yours. Are there any comments? We still have time for the discussion.
We have many suggestions. Thank you. This morning we have many important presentations, no? Especially the last, no? From Hungary. It's very, very important. In that time, all countries work together, no? It's our history. Now is another time, no? And this is a new problem, probably, for the new society of probably you have many chapters. Now this is another question. Many chapters and
Calogero, of course, we already discussed that issue that always heritage protection is rooted in the current conditions, and the current conditions for sure are different in comparison to the Venice Charter times. Yes.
An open question. The conservation and the restoration not concludes is an open discussion because we have many monuments now, many sites. In the historic center, in the landscape, the new society, the dialogue between the ruins and the new design, the massive tourism in the archaeological site is another new question. No? 55 years ago, we had this question. The accessibility. This is a new problem.
Dear colleagues,
Okay.
do we have any comments? Do we have conclusions? Because the catalog of the problems is huge, open.
Just going that here in the ICAHM had a very big conference on the Venice Charter. So I think it was the version of the Venice Charter, and it was discussed amongst all of the ICAHMs how to render the charter more accessible for today's needs. That was a very important conference from us a year ago. Just to say that the charter has a history and is continuing its history with new elements that we end with the development of archaeology, transport management, and heritage management in knowledge. That's very important to know that it's something that's continuous, and it's theory and practice in both ways. Is a continuous phenomenon. It starts and goes, and it's sort of like a cycle. And one brings something more to the practice, brings something to theory, theory brings something to practice, and it continues all the time with the development of new methodologies and so on. So it's going to be something that's going to continue, and it's a continuous process. We have to accept that and use it that way.
Yes, but trying to be closer to the topic of our conference, what are the current rules regarding the protection of the archaeological sites, that specific group? Jill and then colleague, please.
Students in the chat, perhaps we might stop sharing the screen and read some of the questions because there might be people listening online.
Okay. Could we stop the presentation and open for the questions? The comment, yes, please.
So the presentations today showed me that we talk a lot about rules and what you can do and what you should not do. And in the presentations today, we saw a lot of different situations and a lot of results, many of them which are questionable. So I think maybe there should not only be rules about how to perceive what methodologies, but there should also be rules and guidelines about what is an acceptable result, what should the outcome be, and what outcomes should be avoided.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm trying to encourage you to express your clear opinion. The colleague at the end, and then colleague, please. Could you louder, please?
I just wanted to ask a question, since I'm an archaeologist, and I was wondering, listening to your presentations, if you had, which are the challenges specific to the archaeological sites, because there are, you work with different types of heritage, and the archaeology is a very specific topic and poses specific challenges.
Yes, we organized that conference together with friends from a committee strictly devoted to the archaeological sites, hoping that that would be the final result, maybe not today, but in the publication. Are there any specific conditions, rules obliging in that specific type of the heritage? Please. Louder, please.
Saying about the result, it's not only a question of results, but it's also a question of proceedings. How, I mean, we have case by case, and we have guidelines, maybe, but we have also, we will arrive to a result, but this is also the way we proceed along the theoretical and practical solution that we can reach a result.
So is there any conclusion on or proposal behind your country?
Matters to provocation. Is there really a specific on archaeological matters? First question, and which is the specific of why? There is a specific way of thinking, comparing to, I don't know, medieval or what do you mean by archaeological in this specific question? And the second question is, why do we need rules? I mean,
why
do we need? And brothers say that we might need guidelines and also philosophical approach.
Yeah.
You
know, dear colleagues, ICAHM as the whole organization has been divided into 30 scientific committees. For example, industrial heritage, archaeological heritage, historical cities. What is the reason for that? Because we feel, it means ICAHM, the professionals dealing with the heritage, they feel that there is a specificity of coping with the historical cities or with the archaeological. So it means if is, so we should also follow that initial idea and to conclude with the specific rules obliging. Probably must be different rules in case of archaeological remains in comparison to the industrial heritage, huge factories from the beginning of the 20th century. That was our initial question. Yeah. So we hope that you will try to answer.
Might have some matters, for example, the protection of goods. For example, Diana still this question is support.
The colleague and then you. Louder, please, because we don't have micro, so please.
Grain and inspection, which is always like more like salted and more sensitive. But I mean in Alhambra, we show this grain and inspection, but I wonder if it is because Alhambra they have this Moorish garden, which is outdoor. So this more is for the interpretation of the garden, or that is a different thing. Just a factual question to ask.
I'm afraid that that example has been delivered by Susana, so, and she's not today with us, so.
Well, I want to just say that archaeology is a very large spectrum. You have archaeological sites that are UNESCO World Heritage that you do not see, that are under the water, that you cannot valorize in the same way, not protect them in the same way. You have archaeological ruins, which are something else. I think most of us know more about archaeological ruins here than sites that are not visible to most people. We have 110 underwater sites in UNESCO World Heritage. We have also sites that show that maybe there is something, but it's not the same as a ruin. So we have to be able to manage them in different ways. So there are maybe as many ways to manage sites as there are sites themselves. We have certain rules, we have certain ways to do it, but not have to be accepted or are given by UNESCO or given by ICAHM. We want to compare with sites. So you have to have those rules and to conform to those rules, have given universal value and so on, authenticity and integrity, whatever. But then you also have all the other archaeological sites that are as important as the ones on the UNESCO level in each country, and they have to be managed also. And there's so many different ways of doing it, so many different ways to have to do it. It's not possible. And you have to think of them all. And so there's no one rule that will give you the way to do the work. You have to, you have a certain basis, and on that basis, you build up what you can. And every country has its own rules. If you look through, I was a long time member of the ICAHM, that was the Committee for the European Archaeological Management. And all the European countries, we followed the difference between the Eastern countries and the Western countries, and the Eastern countries came into the huge family of the European archaeology. And it was extremely interesting to see how the development of the management happened. And it was very different, and we had to find a way to work together. And we did finally, but it was quite a lot of work. And we have a certain basis for Europe, as an example, but it was also it's also different. I mean, you take archaeology in Hungary as an example, and you compare it to archaeology in France, or you compare it to archaeology in Switzerland, which has another political structure. It's extremely different. So we have to work with that also, and it's very, very complex. We have to accept that and work with what we have in each country and do something what we can in each country for, as I said, the whole cycle of archaeological management. It goes from the inventory all the way to the archaeology and the excavations and etc. So you have to use all those rules that exist and try to put them into place for each country. And then on another level, there's the international level, which would be signified by ICAHM and UNESCO as an example. That's what I think.
Okay. You know, from the perspective of the heritage protection, conclusion could be also stop digging. No, because methodology is so fast developing that in a very relatively soon it would be possible instead of digging to know what is under the ground thanks to the new technologies. So maybe for now stop digging, because this is always distraction, and you have to concentrate on the protection and on survey regarding already excavated places. That could be also the conclusion.
Could be a conclusion.
Probably not from your committee, because you are archaeologists, so you would like to dig, but from our perspective. Okay.
You have to take care of what's underneath here, but then we have also urban development.
Yeah, that's another issue. That's another. Only as the answer on the
history of conservation is for Paolo. Now we learn in a particular moment, no reconstruction is only anastilosis. Reconstruction is out of restoration, is another line. This is the
Calogero.
Misunderstanding.
Yes. Please, last voice before the break.
I don't speak good English. I speak Italian. You can make.
Yes, I can translate.
Da sempre ci sono stati, da quando è nata
diciamo, il pensiero sul restauro, due posizioni estreme: la conservazione assoluta dello status quo o la reintegrazione e il restauro totale. In mezzo a queste due c'è tutta una gamma di soluzioni intermedie, nessuna di queste ha una sua validità preconcetta, ma ognuna può avere una sua replicità, dipende da come si applicano e dall'obiettivo del caso per caso. Quindi a volte può prevalere la conservazione pura, a volte una reintegrazione anche assoluta, come si sta facendo per esempio ultimamente all'Acropoli di Atene per i nuovi accessi, con una presentazione dei propilei come accesso privilegiato all'Acropoli. Quindi dipende da come noi, da quale obiettivo ci vogliamo porre.
And always has the history of preservation of conservation to
The audience, do we have a question from the audience? Stop.
This I to this to modify repropose the new. In between, there is all a huge. There are huge procedures of working and of using.
Do we have any questions?
For example,
Not from the audience.
now we are up to date example or another thing that we decide not to do anymore. Because there is not the rule, but there is a way of thinking about Israel case.
Okay, dear colleagues, please don't waste your time during the lunch break only for the lunch. Please think about the topic of the conference, and after 2:15, we're going to start the second session. Thanks a lot for the contributions. And see you soon.
Friends, only just an information. Here now I leave the
intrinsically synonymous of sharing. The examples examined are therefore the following: one, the restoration of a Villa Augustea in Somma Vesuviana, Naples; the restoration of the mosaic of Alexander, National Archaeological Museum of Naples, Man, and the establishment of a possible Mediterranean cultural route in the south of Italy and in North Africa in the context of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Conservation and restoration, the first problems in archaeological sites, the experience of the Villa di Augusto in Somma Vesuviana, Naples, Italy. The archaeological dig is always followed by conservation and restoration works. Conservation stops the decay of the archaeological remains, while restoration recovers the results of archaeological investigations more firmly. The philological analysis of extant remains and several scientific studies precede the restoration and lead to a more comprehensive understanding of the artifact. At the Roman villa in Somma Vesuviana, near Naples, conservation and restoration have gone hand in hand with the digging since its beginning in 2002. This contribution lists all conservation and restoration activities carried out so far. The restoration of architectural elements is a preliminary step to set up the site for visitors, to its enhancement and to its placement in the present context. The restoration and the final layout of the archaeological site are also the subject of studies and some theses. The villa, so-called Augustea, has been object since 2002 of an ongoing program of stratigraphic digging, conservation and restoration conducted in the ministerial concession by the University of Tokyo in collaboration with the University of Italy, Sor Ursula Benincasa of Naples, under direction of the Superintendents of Archaeology, Fine Arts and Landscape for the metropolitan area of Naples. The investigations have brought to light some monumental buildings of the Roman age, articulated in fine residential rooms, vaulted corridors, and complex construction systems that can be referred to a large villa with the phases of frequentation and reuse up to the late antique age. The dig has always been accompanied by conservation interventions focused on securing walls, consolidating decorated floors and plastered surfaces, as well as documentation, protection, and monitoring of exposed context. The operations of archaeological restoration have been integrated with archaeological research and actions for the controlled enhancement and the fruition of the site in the broader framework of strategies for protecting Vesuvian heritage. The enhancement of the territory is the final arrival point of a lengthy process in which multiple activities, starting from the archaeological investigation to the definition of the layout or the site, are involved. The role carried out by conservation and restoration activities in this procedure is notable. The restoration seeks to recover to the most ample degree possible the readability of the architectural complex in the diachrony of the events that characterized its life and in the contextualization of the artifacts found, allowing to gain adequate knowledge and ensuring the transmission of a memory to the future. The objective, as formulated, necessarily involves envisioning restoration and the cohesive activity to be carried out once the dig is concluded on the base on an adequate project. Therefore, in the course of the digs, an extensive activity of conservation is carried out in order to preserve materials from successive and natural processes of deterioration. And this is in the photo, the wine cellar of the villa of Augusto in Somma Vesuviana during excavation. Conservation. In this context, the dig carried out in early campaigns since 2002 is constantly accompanied by conservation and restoration activities, well beyond the ample and costly compliance regulations imposed by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage and Activities and Tourism, MIBACT, for protection and in the context of the ministerial concession. And the other for the restoration is the conservation work that accompanies and punctuates the times of the dig with the modalities mentioned before, is followed by restoration activities which go well beyond the limits of mere securing, conducted in response to specific emergencies that affect the static setting of well-defined parts of the building or threaten the survival of the covering apparatus. The architectural complex has indeed, over the course and its multi-century existence, experienced phenomena of extension and transformations, and also undergone in the last stage of its life, partial pillaging, compounded by the damages wrought by multiple volcanic eruptions, preceded by telluric movement of considerable power. The number 2, the restoration of a mosaic of Alexander, National Archaeological Museum of Naples. The mosaic of Alexander from the House of the Faun in Pompeii, now considered in the National Archaeological Museum of Naples, represent one of the most extraordinary testimonies of ancient mosaic art. The most recent diagnostic investigations and solutions adopted in the restoration project are examined here with particular attention to how the artifact was moved and recollocated. The archaeologist Antonio De Simone highlighted how the mosaic, known to everyone as the mosaic of Alexander, is considered the iconic of man. National Geographic Archaeological Museum of Naples. The work under restoration in the last few months has been known and celebrated since it was found in October 1831 as noble flooring of the House of the Faun in Pompeii. The mosaic was executed in Pompeii between the end of the second and the beginning of the 1st century before Christ, at the time of the eruption and its consequent burial. The mosaic floor displayed numerous signs of restoration and the current lacunae, evidence of a lifespan in ancient times of about 2 centuries. Over the years of its permanence in the place of its finding, the mosaic suffered further deterioration due to exposure to bad weather and to poor conservation and restoration intervention. The traumatic events involving the work of art were now over. In 1916, Vittorio Spinazzola, the director of the museum at the time, transferred the artifact to the upper floor, coinciding with the opening of the mosaic session, displaying it vertically, a position quite unnatural for a mosaic made as flooring. The events it underwent violent stress tests of sort were the root cause of a deterioration that did itself to the natural dilapidation of its material and became apparent of the mosaic surface. In 2020, men constituted a work group to draw up a restoration project comprising mostly of internal staff of the Institute, which also draws on a collaborations with the Central Institute for Restoration, as well as for surveys and diagnostic investigation with the University of Molise and the interdepartmental CRACS. A preliminary review of all the available historical, archival, bibliographic, technical documentation relative to all diagnostic investigation in the was carried out. Furthermore, examination were made allowing to identify the preliminary investigation were followed by a first restoration phase, limited to intervention securing the surface of the mosaic, made necessary because of the deterioration phenomena detected and aimed at the elimination of conditions that, in moving, could have generated criticalities concerning the detachment of tesserae, the discontinuity of layers, the framework of cracks. The restoration was conceived and is conducted in phases. The planning of interventions to be carried out was conducted in itinerary, making good use of the elements of knowledge acquired step by step. After this, the first move, there followed the disassembly of the wooden and the metal frame made for the transfer of the work of art in 1916 and the restoration and the support. This is the final collocation, the mosaic of Alexander in its ground floor location at the National Archaeological Museum of Naples. In this moment, the scientific direction and the coordination of planning activities were entrusted to Professor Antonio De Simone, whereas executive project and the direction of restoration works were carried out by architect Armanda Piezzo. The restoration evidently involved an extraordinary work of art, requiring numerous skill sets in the phases of study, investigation, planning, and execution, and has employed innovative procedures. The operators have been fully aware of this. This is the stratigraphic radar sequence obtained during the investigations prior in restoration. And finally, the third, a possible Mediterranean cultural route in south of Italy in the context of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. The Via ab Reggio ad Capuam, also known as Via Popilia or Via Annia, in the historic road built by Roman magistrates in 133 before Christ, as can be read in the Cippo di Polla, to join Rome and with the Civita Federata Regium at the farthest tip of the Italic Peninsula, responsible for Region Campania and South Italy of the Lion Service. I coordinated the knowledge and the expertise of archaeologists, architects, and experts of the field for the in-depth examination and the definition of the course of this historic road, representing this in an ICAHM cartography to 100,000 the major towns and the municipal territories that develop along the course of the road in Campania and in the South Italy, and I highlighted the sites included within this scope inscribed under the UNESCO World Heritage List. The purpose was to: 1. Increase fruition of the past and the areas found. B. Overcome critical issues and improve attractiveness. C. Rediscover and enhance local cultures. The Via Breggia-Capuam may therefore become the driver of cultural, social, and economic growth of the centers it crosses and the territories connected to it in the region of southern Italy, Campania, Calabria, and Basilicata. Therefore, a cultural route of European and Mediterranean breadth through which historic urban landscape, archaeology, architecture, and arts would constitute the meeting point of popular culture and traditions, of enology, gastronomy, and music, of cultural tourism and active participation, both public and private. The route would also acquire a propositional value and importance if related to territorial excellences, among which there are, as stressed, the natural and the cultural sites of the 3 regions inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The intent, finally, should be to increase with the community the need to dynamically elevate the sense of social and cultural belonging, promote respect of cultural diversity and for human creativity, raise awareness in young people, incentivizing research projects for heritage conservation and its transmission to the future, spread the sustainability of the development in the territories involved. It is fundamental in such a context to carry out cooperation, even international, together with a cultural policy focused on the commitment of associations and authorities, universities, the world of research, of business, and of citizens in order to achieve the much needed moral and cultural effort so that the south of Italy may be awakened to its function of crossway of civilizations and cultures. It is furthermore important to conjugate conservation with the innovation of cultural heritage, while always respecting its authenticity and integrity, precisely defining links to the industry of tourism through the promotion of cultural and ecotourism, and favoring constant integration with the natural environment in all to diversity. The objective is to build a programmatic tool to enhance the territory in ancient times crossed by the Via Breggia-Capuam to establish a possible Mediterranean cultural route intended as a driver for the social and economic development of the territories crossed to achieve for future generations and with young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosanna. Next, are they here or online, the presenting? Oh,
Here.
you.
Sorry. So I'm here.
Okay. So next, we're going to have a presentation from the colleagues from Turkey, beyond isolated ruins, connectivity, borders, and the conservation challenge of Tau Carlotta? How do you say this name?
Tau Carlotta.
Tau Carlotta medieval monasteries in Turkey. And your name is?
John.
Jan so is going to present this communication.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about my mispronunciation, okay? Thank you. Wait. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for accepting my abstract. I'm currently now finished my PhD like last month. I'm from Middle East Technical University. I work as a research assistant and I'm an architect, conservation architect. But this is a part of my research from my PhD study with my advisor, Guus Bianco.
So there it. I'll
Zoom.
It's okay. It's continuing. Okay. Maybe some continuation. Okay.
Okay. So I will start with the theoretical framework. So heritage, when treated as a fixed object with stable and certain definitions, Conservation Act assumes a single underlying reality. It is framed as a technical act in which the condition of heritage sites are to be stabilized or repaired. So in such cases, theory becomes secondary to practice rather than shaping it. So I suggest that the point where theory should meet practice is not in reinforcing this assumption, but in allowing theory to unfold alongside practice. So if we approach cultural heritage as ontologically plural, we recognize that it does not exist as a single stable entity. Instead, it exists through multiple coexisting realities enacted through different relationships. So this means that what archaeological heritage is depends on how it is relationally configured with material, social, political, historical, and ecological connections. And so when it comes to archaeological heritage with religious functions, past ecclesiastical, liturgical, and spiritual connections change in time. So when medieval monastery complexes lose their communities, the historical, symbolic, and architectural properties adapt to different ruling regimes and beliefs. So especially when such sites are in between clashing states, once powerful religious sites become separated by borderlines, they are abandoned or used in other functions. Within such a context, the archaeological monastery complexes located within the historical Tau Carlotta region of the southeastern Black Sea represent one of the most illustrative cases, revealing the challenges between transformation and conservation. These structures, built in 9th and 10th centuries and whose trajectories have diverged over time, are subjected to borders not only when they remain within the territories of different states, but also through the limits produced in people's minds by different realities. So drawing on Harrison's connectivity ontology term, I understand these monasteries as nodes within ongoing networks of relations. So they are shaped by their connections with local communities, state institutions, diplomatic negotiations, pilgrimage routes, infrastructure projects, and environmental processes. All these connections emerge through practices. So in multiple scales, like the building, the settlement, the region, and the transnational scales, are not bounded layers that we zoom out to observe different perspectives. They are different practices through which heritage is made into different modes of existence simultaneously at once. So therefore, taking them as distinct levels will weaken the network connection. So this research aims to explore the potential of this connectivity ontology for understanding the plurality of archaeological monuments across scales. So the case is the ancient kingdom of Colchis and Iberia were the predecessors of Kartvelians who ruled the region within the Bagrationi dynasty. And with the spread of Christianity, churches and monasteries became important religious centers where liturgical objects, art, and iconography were produced. So the 11th century was marked as the golden age of Tau clergy. And after Ottoman and Russian empires clashed over this region for centuries, Tau clergy stayed in the borders of Turkish Republic, neighboring the once Soviet Union. And after the Republic of Georgia regained its independence, it faced a fundamental question. What does it mean to be Georgian after decades of Soviet secularism? And the answer was found in the Orthodox Church. So religion became the primary vehicle for reconnecting with the pre-Soviet past, not just as personal faith, but as political identity. So the church and the nation were re-elevated together, and Tau clergy became essential to understand this relationship. The archaeological monuments were adapted as material evidence of Georgia's medieval Christian kingdom at its greatest territorial extent. So it's currently in Turkey, Artvin and Erzurum provinces. Scientific expeditions were also done by Russian and Georgian scholars, and it functioned as a proof that nation has deep roots extending the current borders. Here we can see the monastery locations. More than 15 sites were identified today in Turkey. So Tao is the southern part and Klarjeti is the northern part. And the oldest information about this region there is from medieval Georgian written sources, including chronicles, liturgical manuscripts produced within monastic and ecclesiastical context. So the rocky geography is part of this monasticism. And the river named Çoruh River is centers. And these are some of the monasteries' current situations, showing them in various conditions. And they are constructed with smooth cut stone and incorporating innovations with interior design. Facades were designed also with specific programs. Early examples have longitudinal organizations with basilical plans, while others have centralized plan organizations. Also, they have cross-domed or polygonal plan types, and decorative features like figurative, geometric, sculptural high reliefs were projecting from the facades. So here it is important to address the diplomacy conducted through religious structures located across borders, which have long been affected by shifting political boundaries. So between Turkey and Georgia, there's a bilateral agreement. Negotiations have been carried out since 2007 at the level of ministries of culture and national preservation agencies, which define what can be restored and what can be also reconstructed. So Turkey prioritized the restoration of Ottoman-era mosques located in Georgia, like the Kivrike Mosque and Ahmediye Mosque. They see them as symbols of shared history and cultural presence. And Aziziye Mosque, on the other hand, which was constructed in 1869, was to be completely reconstructed. And Georgia, on the other hand, focuses on the restoration and reconstruction of these medieval Orthodox churches, such as ICAHM and Oshki in Turkey, which are viewed as foundational markers of their national and religious identity. And also some other churches were discussed during these negotiations, but they were not included. So this continuing negotiations shows how heritage sites serve as instruments of diplomacy. On the other hand, they foster cooperation by linking restoration efforts, but on the other, they reveal asymmetries since decisions are often guided more by national agendas than by needs of local communities or conservation experts. So in this presentation, I will focus on 4 monasteries, Oshki, İşhan, Ota Eklesya, and Hahuli. Other than Ota Ecclesia, others are located inside Turkish villages that have majorly Muslim population. So these monasteries have different states. Ishan is restored. Oshki has interior scaffolding implemented, but at risk of collapse. Ota Ecclesia is totally abandoned, and Hahuli is still used as a mosque. So Ishan was used as a mosque until 1983, restored after archaeological work, and returning to its version used as a church in 2017, but it is still not open to the visitors. Oshki also used as a mosque until 60s. Restoration projects were prepared but never implemented, so there's a gradual risk of a collapse. And Hahuli is still used as a mosque, and there's a future project that will be implemented, and it's planned to be used as a mosque also. And Ota Ecclesia church is abandoned for a very long time, and since it's not inside the settlement, it's facing with damage more than the other churches. So this this research asks question about which connections are severed in this network of archaeological heritage through the issues of temporality, social, epistemic network, and ecological context. So the first severance is temporal. At Ishan, the restoration project completed in 2019 made a decision to remove all mosque traces in the western arm of the church. So here, the restoration project classified this partition wall, mihrab, 2 windows that changed over time, and this minaret, the only minaret among all TheoPhilos monastery churches, as later additions, disrupting interior integrity, and removed all of this. And Ishan presents a state of completeness as a church today. And Oshki, the temporal severance is performed differently, not by demolition, but by delaying its restoration. So the scaffolding inside the church signals intent without delivering a result. So this repeated promise maintains diplomatic value while the building deteriorates. This is not accidental, but there's a governance strategy in which the building's incompleteness is politically useful. While the building loses resolution, Turkish government holds it as a leverage for the Georgian side to reconstruct the Aziziye Mosque. And another issue is the social severance between heritage sites and the communities once used them. So in Ishan, local residents remember the building as a mosque where daily prayers and Quran courses were held. Yet recent heritage projects rarely include these living memories in planning process. And also a resident's house was renovated because Ishan Church attracts visitors. So the changes at the houses were made without consultation, while the monastery is locked out to everyone. So this closure is locally interpreted as political response to heritage disputes between Turkey and Georgia. So people, as you can see, stack stones to look through the glass to see inside the church. So despite these exclusions, local communities continue to enact alternative meanings, like in Hahuli, it's renamed as Tash Mosque or Virgin Mary Church, and women go there to pray. And currently the community is there, but the participation of their future is currently unknown. And another dimension of exclusion concerns who is able to know, document, and care for these monuments. So TheoPhilos cannot be studied by those who cannot physically reach it and access it. So in 1917, Takashvili was able to document these churches only because the Russian military was in the region. So when Turkish troops came, these expeditions stopped. Also in 1968, Jobatze reached these churches only because he was traveling as a US citizen rather than Soviet Georgian. So during his visit, he documented a lot of sites. So today, it is remembered in public discourse as a symbolic patriotic act of a Georgian scholar. And access to knowledge, documentation, and conservation has repeatedly depended on these political conditions. The fourth issue concerns the disaggregation of the TheoPhilos network into separate diplomatic assets. So this bilateral agreement, heritage is treated as national property located on the wrong side of the border. So Georgian monuments in Turkey are negotiated against Turkish monuments in Georgia. So this framework does not recognize Tavuklar Cethi as a shared borderland network. Instead, they isolate them into individual diplomatic cases. So as a result, Ishan and Oshki appear as separate sites in political negotiation rather than this interconnected nodes of the same historical system. And Hahuli and Ota Ecclesia remain out of this network. So another form of severance concerns the separation of monastic network from the environmental system. Okay. So since 2000s, the Choruk Dam cascade has altered valley's moisture regime, increased ambient humidity, and at the same time, abandoned auxiliary structures around the monasteries are increasingly rewilded and reclaimed by the vegetation. So today, monastic network is not only politically fragmented, but also ecologically destabilized. And finally, the protection of these monuments cannot be seen as isolated heritage projects. So when process is singularized, we see that diplomatic sensitivity and uneven political visibility directs these restoration decisions. So we should see these monastery complexes as connected through people, memory, liturgical traditions, architectural continuities, ecological relations, and geopolitical imaginaries. So these temporal, social, epistemic, and ecological severances demonstrate how these connections are fragmenting this network. And these severances have not destroyed this network, they made it harder to see. Here is a very minor and temporary element, the candles on the outer and inner walls of the four churches, showing that the spiritual pilgrimage network amongst Georgians persists, even though each structure have different protection approaches. So the challenges of archaeological heritage sites can only be understood by following these connections between people and place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to have our third presentation. Another colleague from Turkey. What defines visitor paths? A value-based approach to heritage visitation in archaeological sites of Ani, Turkey. And where is this? Okay, this is going to be an online presentation. Dear colleague, can you say your name for me not to make any mistake?
Hello,
Can you say
I'm
your name?
Evrim Ulusan. Can you hear me well? Evrim Ulusan, can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, can you start?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you say your
Okay,
name,
great.
please?
Evrim Ulusan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome to make your presentation. So the floor
Thank you.
is yours.
Good afternoon. I salute all the participants in the meeting in person, joining in the meeting in person or virtually. I wish I could have joined you physically too, but this time, unfortunately, I couldn't manage it. Maybe next time. Today, I will discuss the role of visitor routes in heritage interpretation, and I will try to present a policy-based methodology for route planning from values-based approach. I selected Archaeological site of Ani as a case study for the analysis, which is a World Heritage Site from Turkey. But I need to clarify in the very beginning that this methodology framework will not target physical design considerations when designing these routes. Instead, I will target desk-based considerations as part of decision support systems before intervening into the sites. So as many scholars noted that heritage interpretation provides notable positive outcomes to conservation. If carefully designed, interpretation can ultimately support long-term sustainable conservation if it respects to diverse values and authenticity at the sites, respects for communities' intangible cultural heritage, maintains their identities, reflects their spiritual, emotional, and social connections with the site, and ensures accurate representation of narratives. Otherwise, the result will be distorted meanings, sterilized experiences, undermining the significance of heritage, diminished heritage values, failing to connect with visitors' personal experiences, lack of community engagement into conservation and presentation, and undermining conservation efforts, the community's connection to its heritage, social unity, and even cultural identity. So ICOMOS defined the basic principles to interpretation in 2008, as we all know. That is to say, the methodologies to be used in the process management. Silberman also noted that interpretation should be considered as the constellation of communicative techniques that attempt to convey the public values, significance, and meanings of a heritage site. What we need to infer from this statement that it is not only the buildings or artifacts that should be brought to the podium as the product, but also the processes that shape them and the years-long relations occurring around those artifacts. From this perspective, a satisfactory visit should enable visitors to interpret sites' diverse values within its wider historical and geographical context for deeper understanding and full appreciation of its spirit of place. Of course, there are specific objectives of visitor management at archaeological sites, and I believe that, maybe you can join me in that, visitor routes function as one of the key tools, maybe the most critical ones, to achieve these objectives, because the site-based interpretation is a sphere for first-hand experience and contact of visitors to heritage places to value them in their real-life contexts. I argue that delineation of visitor routes is a purposeful consideration above all, and is an indicator of interpretation targets of institutions and actors managing site presentations. These targets can be threefold, basically: discourse-oriented, popularity-oriented, and protection-oriented. These three are, I'm not reading to save my time, it can be read through the screen. These three are surely combined and benefited collaboratively in practice, but examining the routes in detail will reveal what is officially expected through route design and which values are featured for presentation for what reasons. Visitor path choices are surely affected by a variety of environmental, spatial, cultural, and individual factors too. There are numerous parameters to consider when designing visitor routes and paths. All are for attaining security, sustainability, and satisfaction during visits. Design and management of visit circulations in archaeological sites needs meticulous consideration and management of these factors to enhance visitor experiences while ensuring safe visits for both visitors and artifacts. However, as a result of these pragmatic choices, many multi-layered archaeological sites privilege one or a few values in their presentation, thus overshadowing diversity of values and misinterpreting site significances and values against their long and multi-layered accumulation. It is also highly probable that values featured for interpretation might be the outstanding universal values when the case is a World Heritage Site. Besides, visitor path designs has been analyzed theoretically, mostly from visitor-centered perspective until now, and the design proposals prioritized computational methods and computer-based modeling increasingly. I argue that, again, we should leave the pragmatic and purposeful consideration aside, at least for a while, and should think of how context-based interpretation can be developed in the best possible way, of course considering special circumstances. Interpretation, above all, is a way of active participation to heritage valuing. This could be effective in practice by revisiting purposeful thinking. If it is a two-way communication between the assets and the visitors, then visitor routes in such multi-layered and large archaeological areas especially should create networks among values, rather than the solid and one-way directions from one asset to the next. Routes should enable the safe accessibility of assets, but the network creation should be up to the visitor's decision for active engagement in interpretation, to me. To my view, because in situ materiality is displayed on its own special context, narration, including the scenarios and themes, are effective tools as part of values-based approaches, as they privilege the site over visitors, the interpretation over presentation, the context over content, the experience over information. They provide visitors also with opportunities to design, manage, and enjoy their own interpretive content, and due to this nature, they are effective tool in active engagement in interpretation. So let's have a closer look at Ani to deepen the discussion in this respect. And several slides from now on will be a flow of images from Ani. I hope to give you a little bit of sense and spirit of the place as much as possible. Ani is a relict urban site situated on Turkey's northeastern border, national border with Armenia, and nearby a small village primarily engaged in husbandry. It was home to many civilizations with an uninterrupted 2,500 years of settlement history, thanks to its geographical location on an easily defensible plateau formed by valley topography. With a variety of domestic, religious, commercial, administrative, and military structures, it creates a panorama of medieval urbanism built up over the centuries by Christian and then Muslim dynasties. It flourished in the 10th and 11th centuries when it became the capital of the medieval Armenian kingdom of Bagratids, which profited from the control of one branch of the Silk Road. Site maintained its status as an important crossroads for merchant caravans under Byzantine, Seljuk, and Georgian sovereignty. The Mongol invasion and devastating earthquake in 1319 marked the beginning of the city's decline, and later reorientation of trade routes to southern Anatolia and Mesopotamia led to the eventual decline and abandonment of Ani as a viable city. Although it remained a pilgrimage site and a monastery for Armenian community until the 18th century. The site has then been subject to contested political debate and became a venue of nationalist movement and propaganda over years. This medieval relict walled city today features prominent above-ground monumental structures, many of which are not in good state of conservation, unfortunately, a still excavated archaeological site with subterranean archaeological deposits, and also a cultural landscape that offers natural attributes, rock-cut formations, and scenery view across the surrounding vast terrain. The remains clustered in three zones: the Citadel, which includes the ruins of the Kamsaragan period from the 4th century, the Outer Citadel or Walled City, which includes medieval period imprints, and the area outside the city walls, hosting rock-cut structures on the slope of the Bostanlar Creek mainly. The site was inscribed as a World Heritage Site in 2016. Its outstanding universal value lies in its complex architectural language, building techniques and technology, which is a genuine blend of successive traditions and cultures. Because of its location at the entrance points of the Silk Road from Caucasus to Anatolia, Ani attests to the transmission and amalgamation of different architectural traditions produced until the 10th, 11th centuries in the surrounding territories, such as Caucasus, Iran, Turkestan, and Khorasan, albeit with significant plan adjustments, but with identical materials, detailing, and ornamentation. As a result, Ani is an outstanding combination of residential, religious, and military structures that are characteristics of a medieval Silk Road city. It's a comprehensive overview of the evolution of medieval architecture in the region. It's an exceptional testimony to Armenian cultural, artistic, architectural, and urban design development, an extraordinary representation of Armenian religious architecture known as Anisukul. It's a meeting place for Armenian, Georgian, and diverse Islamic cultural traditions that were reflected in architectural design, material, and decorative details. It's lastly an important example of a medieval architectural ensemble with its monumentality, design, and quality. Today, the site's architectural value and monumentality is the primary source of its attraction from the visitor perspective, visitor viewpoint. The site's interpretation policy is also aligned with its visible and accessible values, as visits are limited to the walled area only, and the citadel and rock-cut structures are not part of the arranged route. The route starts from the city wall gate, connects specific monuments to each other, provides vistas and scenery view at places towards the valley and the monuments located in the valley skirts, and finishes at the same gate. The policy does not follow a historical or themed narrative. Rather, one visits a monument one after another, as much as possible within allowed or allocated time, following their special placement across the site. Some remains and monuments within the walled area, which are not connected to the route directly, such as Fire Temple, Oil Presses, Selçuklu Palace, Georgian Church, can be overlooked by the visitors. The interpretive content in front of monuments is also at an architectural level, excluding the historicity of the site use and development, and missing the opportunity to convey the values-based instructions. There are, of course, site-specific environmental and special issues that need to be considered. These can be defined as limitations to the development of a full-fledged interpretation policy. Majority of visits are part of organized tours combining various destinations and spots in the region, so site visits are limited to around 2 hours. Despite that, a satisfactory visit may take up to 5 hours, according to some scholars. Stadel, which includes the earliest traces of the city form, is closed to visits for years for security reasons due to the steep topography and to the state of conservation of structures. They are nearly collapsing. Valley topography is not convenient for visits of elderly and disabled visitors especially, and special equipment and clothes may be required, so the visitors need to be informed and prepared priorly for such visits. Rock-cut structures are distant and not observable to the walled area. As you can see from the images, accessing the inner spaces is quite dangerous. High tourism season from April to September is the spawning period of certain species. Site visits are challenging during the winter season due to the strong winds, low temperature, and snow cover, although it provides some extraordinary scenery view also. No statistical or site-based data is available regarding visitor profile and behavior. So it can be said that interpretation policies in ANI are visitor-centered and discourse, popularity, and protection-oriented. It benefits from both hard and soft policies. Development of interpretation policies to include various attractions into visit routes would only be possible through expanding the scope of conservation works. Due to the prioritization of conservation works due to some pragmatic considerations like state budget, fund providers' preferences, featuring symbolic and identity values, etc., sites' diverse values are pending to be displayed and interpreted for years. ICOMOS highlighted this gap in the nomination stage and requested the state party to explain following several issues in detail: the relation and consistency between approved various plans, strategies, and projects, the relation and consistency between conservation, presentation, and research policies, rationality behind prioritization of conservation projects for specific monuments, types of interventions to artifacts and their relations in respect to their needs, special relation and visual demonstration of policies. As a result of these expectations, the state party developed a strategic conservation master plan which aimed at integrating and interrelating research, conservation, presentation, and land use policies at the site. As you can see, nearly all the monuments require conservation treatment to certain degrees, but ongoing conservation works prioritize the monuments which are well-known, symbolic, and easily visible and accessible as they are situated on the main route. The values located in the Stadelen Valley were planned to be integrated into site visit in the long run after the completion of research and conservation works. ICOMOS also claimed that in his evaluation, recent historical events that have had an impact on the nominated property should be integrated into presentation, and the inclusion of important events concerning the complex history of ANI is still required to fully understand the political and cultural context in which the nominated property sits today. That means what I mean from this statement, that the city's contested history is a part of its spirit of place, so an interpretive content to grasp the historicity of the site is a must. So, what do I propose for the improvement of interpretation policies in such multi-layered archaeological sites from values-based perspective? I'm trying to catch up my time. Thank you. First of all, outlining the values and attributes of sites together with relevant experts and local community. I classified the values as inherent heritage values based on sites' accumulative special historical characteristics, and use values attributed by the community, national and local community, based on its relationship with the site today. Some of the values are of local, national, or international importance, but they together make ANI valuable today for some groups and for some specific reasons. The green lines are the attributes that convey the heritage values of ANI, but are not presented to visitors sufficiently today. According to my analysis, the themes that define ANI as a heritage place is being a multicultural city, a Silk Road city, a cultural landscape, a school of architecture, and being a ghost city. So, this practice also revealed the importance of many values.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you finishing or? Yes.
Just one last slide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Some of the values, not only for touristic purposes, but also research and educational importance is present at the site. That means visitor paths and interpretive materials should not only target touristic value, but depending on the visitor profiles and aim of visits, the content of materials also need to be improved to include scientific and educational content when appropriate. In the last slide, I try to summarize the policy-based methodology I proposed in an algorithm, which is also depicted as a flowchart. After completing the value definition and assessment, the stakeholders should decide as to what values will be featured for interpretation. Selection should highlight contextual understanding of the site. The next stage should define specific spots in the site to let the visitor enjoy in situ traces of these values. The team should review the physical conditions and vulnerability of potential spots. If physical accessibility is found problematic for the time being for specific reasons, then alternative methods and tools should be negotiated to convey the values through more appropriate channels, including digital, online, documentary, verbal options, so that there will be no gap in narration because of inaccessibility. Following this negotiation, the historical narration of site formation, use, and development, including hypotheses, dilemmas, traumas, oral stories, contested issues, myths, and legends, should be drafted. This is particularly the most challenging and critical stage, as balanced and careful narration will be the key to route design in future stages. In the next stage, these should be integrated on scale maps to check if they are feasible and realistic. This stage will be followed by the digitalization of databases to make them available online to allow the visitors remotely design and plan the site visits. In the last stage, interpretation system together with the visitor management plans, materials, etc. should be completed collaboratively. This is all from my side to the conference. If you have any questions, I will be glad to welcome and answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So as you can see, I'm not the best moderator because I don't like to stop people in the middle of presentation. We're a little bit late. Now we're going to have Divina about ethics and practices on urban archaeological integration. Are you taking 15 minutes? Are you taking 15 minutes or 16? Okay.
Yes. So my presentation examines challenges involved in integrating archaeological remains within dense contemporary urban environments. While archaeological conservation is usually associated with or common on rural sites, the situation becomes considerably more complex when remains are discovered within active and economically dynamic cities. In this presentation, I will discuss 3 case studies from Beirut that illustrate different strategies adopted to address this challenge. The study compares different approaches to archaeological conservation implemented within dense urban contexts, illustrating the relationship between practical intervention and theoretical reflection. While the first case prioritizes strict in situ preservation, the second and third case involve the temporary dismantling of archaeological structures followed by the reintegration at the original stratigraphic level within newly constructed spaces. These interventions also illustrate how the integration of archaeological remains often emerges through negotiated processes between developers, public authorities, archaeologists, and designers. Following the end of the Lebanese civil war, large-scale reconstruction program was initiated to rebuild substantial portions of the devastated Beirut historical core. This phase of urban renewal generated unprecedented opportunities for archaeological investigation, revealing a high stratified urban landscape that reflects more than 2 millennia of continuous occupation. It raised fundamental questions within conservation practice. How can newly uncovered remains be integrated into an evolving urban system without impeding economic momentum, while at the same time preserving their authenticity, integrity, and cultural significance? The remains uncovered during the excavation campaigns consisted of stratified architectural fragments spanning over multiple historical periods, like in all the cities. As an urban palimpsest, Beirut embodies successive phases of construction, transformation, and reuse, reflecting shifting socio-political structures and fundamental reconfigurations. Their integration necessitated a simultaneous reading of superimposed yet structurally autonomous system. The archaeological stratum and the contemporary urban framework shaped by planning, regulations, infrastructure systems, circulation networks, and real estate pressure. This slide presents these are the diverse archaeological situation in which I used to inform this study. There are many cases. I will talk about three of them. This is one of the first projects on which I worked with the Centro Scavi di Torino, where dismantling and restoration, and this is the reintegration work we did in 2006. This one is St. George Church, Maronite Church, where we did not dismantle. The restoration was in situ, in the basement. It is in the basement in situ, without dismantling. So the first case study that I will highlight, the remains of part of the medieval maritime castle of Beirut, located at the intersection of pedestrian street within the construction city center. The architectural element uncovered reflect a complex sequence of construction phases and constitute a paradigmatic architectural palimpsest requiring careful intervention to avoid interpretation distortion. Originally constructed as a how can I come back? No. Yeah. Back. Anyway, originally constructed as a medieval maritime castle with fortification, the structure was later incorporated into Ottoman urban fabric with additional walls. Constructed upon earlier foundation, Roman architectural elements were reused in subsequent phases, reinforcing the stratigraphied character of the city. This is a palimpsest. On this wall, you can read all the phases of construction. During the modern period, the remains were backfilled and the lot was used as a parking area. Within the master plan for the afterward reconstruction phase prepared by Solidaire, Solidaire is a French acronym for a private Lebanese company for the development and the construction of Beirut Central District. The site was earmarked to become, these are the construction phases, the occupation phases. And this is the site, the position of the site between all the circulation, pedestrian circulation. So in 2012, this is the studies. Maybe I passed the one I want to show. In 2012, Solidaire started the implementation of a piazza designed by the international firm MS&A However, excavation conducted under the supervision of the Directorate General of Antiquities revealed significant layers of stratigraphic levels of the medieval castle, along with later structural addition. These findings fundamentally redefined the archaeological potential of the site and necessitated a revision of the initial planning assumption. After studying the result of the excavation and the reports presented by specialists, a conservation-led design strategy was adopted based on internationally recognized doctrinal principles. Archaeology must operate as structuring parameter of the project rather than as a residual constraint addressing retrospectively. These are the phases. We identified all the elements, and we have the implication for the conservation and design are the revised approach prioritized in situ preservation and the integration of the remains within the archaeological and urban framework. Taking into account the developer's intention to create a piazza, the strategy sought to establish a coherent synthesis between the new public space and the archaeological remains through the concept of osmosis, promoting a spatial interconnection between past and present. Conceived as a layered urban experience, the plaza would function as a narrative space where visitors encounter the stratified history of the city, allowing the archaeological remains to become an active and meaningful component of the contemporary urban life rather than a static relic. The main challenges encountered were urban integration, establishing the pedestrian continuity while preserving the spatial and structural integrity of the remains, the conservation methodology, cleaning, appropriate cleaning, consolidation, all the conservation methodology, respecting and clarifying the stratigraphic complexity. Third, the long-term management, developing sustainable monitoring and maintenance mechanism to guarantee durability of and public accessibility. This is the design. And now I will talk about the concept of the concept used in this project. The long-term success of in situ preservation depends not only on design quality, but also on sustained maintenance and institutional commitment. In practice, these mechanisms are frequently weakened by limited funding and insufficient administrative follow-up, leading to deterioration, the accumulation of waste, and uncontrolled vegetation. Under such conditions, archaeological remains risk being perceived not as a meaningful urban heritage, but as neglected fragments. In this project, the design sought to encounter this risk by encouraging physical accessibility and direct engagement with the remains, rather than isolating the site as a fenced of marginal enclave. Circulation paths were introduced within and through the ruins, enabling visitors to experience them as part of everyday urban life. By integrating the remains into the public realm and maintaining their visibility and use, the project aimed to prevent their transformation into residual and neglected spaces, and instead reinforce their role as active and meaningful components of the urban fabric. I will pass to the second project, to the second case study. The case studies in this presentation reflect two distinct methodologies: strict in situ preservation within the original context and temporary dismantling followed by reinstallation at the original stratigraphic level within new structural framework. Each approach raised specific theoretical and practical questions concerning authenticity, integrity, and contextual continuity. The second case study involves a section of the Roman hippodrome and theater, Following excavation campaigns directed by Dr. Hans Kerver and the approval of the DGA of the design proposal, they were carefully dismantled to allow the reconstruction of the basement, then restored and reinstalled at the original level and positioned within a newly constructed basement space, subsequently transformed into a museum in the city. So this is, I will talk about the first two. What is this? What's happened? I don't know. There are other, I don't know what happened. Okay.
These are
one more. Why? Okay. Anyway. Analysis, and there is missing the analysis and the design phase, the implementation and the works we did on site, and these are the works that we did on site. We reinstalled the elements after restoration in their original position. These are the part that we transported and installed, and these are the photos of the final project restoration, also the mosaic, and this is the final project as a museum in the city. These are the concepts. There are a lot of concepts that I can talk about, but now we don't have time. Anyway, these are the photos of inside with the explanatory panels for the legibility of the remains, etc. Okay, and here there is a transition part. In this context, the task extends beyond material preservation to the formulation of a coherent conservation strategy capable of establishing a meaningful dialogue between historical fabric and contemporary intervention. It also requires interpretive coherence so that fragmented remains remain intelligible within an urban environment shaped by development pressure. International conservation doctrine, particularly the principle of authenticity and integrity, emphasizes the inseparability of material fabric from context, setting, and stratigraphic coherence. In this case, integration within a new structural framework inevitably altered aspect of the original spatial relationship. This is why we depinted all the in English all the walls in black to give it another now I will talk about the third where is the third okay, the third yes, but this is but I want to say that the conclusion. This raises critical theoretical question: can dismantled and reassembled remains still be defined as in situ when their geographic footprint is preserved, but their structure and spatial relationship are modified? Does the relation of physical location suffice, or does the transformation of contextual relationship compromise integrity? Although documentation is an essential part of the archaeological work, it cannot replace the preservation material evidence. Paradigm of interpretation evolve and technological progress continues open. I want to say just a paragraph. However, remains possess significance that extend beyond their scientific value. They also carry civic and cultural importance. Their presence within the modern city reinforces continuity and collective memory. Encountering these traces creates a moment of temporal convergence, a realization that others have stood, walked, and lived on the very same ground we occupy today. And other, okay.
So we're going to have the last presentation of this session. Francesca Brancaccio from Italy, towards sustainable and integrated conservation and management of archaeological heritage in Albania, the Archaeological Park of Billis, and cause.
I'll try to stick.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Good evening. I'll try to stick with times. Beginning in 2026, Albania has entered a crucial phase in the management of its cultural heritage through the implementation of the National Strategy for Culture 2026-2030. This strategy focuses on modernizing the cultural sector through the following pillars. Main goals: preservation and growth, modernization, sustainability, work phases, analysis, assessment, mapping, and research of international best practices. Expected results were protection, meaning improved safeguarding and accessibility of heritage, creation of new jobs and economic opportunities, establishing culture as a key driver for development, social cohesion, and international cooperation. This paper analyzes the evolution of protection and valorization models in the Albanian country, focusing on the transition from fragmented management to a more systemic and participatory approach through new international strategies and synergies. Here we examine the impact of a new conservation plan recently adopted for an archaeological park, Billis and Close Archaeological Park, which integrates conservation principle and action and local tourism development perspectives. The Italian cooperation contributes to highlighting targets through agreements with Albanian institutions facing challenges from 2026, including the increase of the culture budget, plus 20%, for supporting sustainable tourism. Balance growing tourist pressures. They have almost 12 million visitors per year in 2025, with the protection of UNESCO sites and context still under excavation. Billis and Close were designated as an archaeological park on April 2003 by the government of Albania. It is an exceptional urban complex extending over a rich stratified territory. Billis was the chief settlement on the authority of the hills of the region of Malacaster on the river of Josa Valley, which was founded around the second quarter of the 4th century before Christ, and was the coin on the center of the Illyric Federation. The main activities focus on the restoration of, the fortification was of Billis. Billis has a clear division in three parts: an agora, a residential area, and a free zone, with many magnificent monuments such as a theater, a stoa, a gymnasium, and other public buildings. And the urban settlement was consolidated through a Hippodamian system structure, which which continued also during the Roman period. In late antiquity, the classical structure changed around an urban model, which was around some churches which were built. Close is next to, not far from Billis. It's the earliest urban center. It dates to the 5th century before Christ. And the location of the two urban centers, only 1 kilometer apart, had led Billis Close Archaeological Park Management Plan was accepted, was approved in August 2024, and a conservation plan was approved by the National Council of Cultural Heritage at the end of 2025.
There is another project, a project of valorization of the site, which provided design for a multifunctional center, a master plan of point of interest to visit, parking, security fences of the park, which was approved in January 2026 and is now, in this moment, object of a tender for construction works. Okay, the management plan forecasted 3 phases, of course, a short term, medium term, and a long term, with some recommendation proposed. I won't read all the recommendation because we are late and I don't want to bother you with this. But what is important is that the main activities focus on the restoration of monuments, of the main monuments, and via open site schools, enhancing infrastructure, accessibility, lighting, museum, signage also, and boosting local economic development through capacity building, community cooperation, and improved management of the archaeological site. Direction moves in terms of enhancing efficiency in coordinating activities while preserving cultural heritage values and strengthen also local and professional staffing capacity of both sites. Of course, also tourism and infrastructure were important, and community development was one of the aim of the project. I was personally involved as lead conservation architect in the conservation plan, in the inception activities, and also in the detailed project of 5 monuments which were chosen based on priority, some priority criteria. Over the years, the lack of management and the exposure to atmospheric agents, rainwater action, deposition of biological materials, and colonization by invasive vegetation have contributed to the degradation of the site, compromising both the physically and the historically readability of the structures. Okay, of course, the conservation plan and the detailed conservation project had the objective of preserving and restoring the archaeological heritage of the area by integrating it with the economic development and tourism. I just will show you some slides. The first activities were urgent intervention to find out and to solve deep fractures problems, presence of vegetation, wall crest deformations and failures, lack of cataloging of erratic elements, erosion phenomena of stones and mortars, use of incongruous materials, biological attacks, material loss dangers, collapse, structural instability, and research of spolia also in modern buildings. They reused some elements. In a second phase, all the conservation challenges and risks were assessment were pointed out. And of course, after we found out which were all the challenges and we made a risk assessment plan, you can imagine which are the problem, but you can see from I won't read all the risk assessment, which was highlighted. And of course, after we made also, after the state of conservation, also a very, very scientific survey, which was territorial and, I have time, okay, no, which was territorial and also stone by stone analysis, then the survey, the state of conservation, and also the proposal, then from knowledge to assessment, and from assessment to design, giving evidence stone by stone of all the intervention which were mapped, drawings in a proper scale and detailed on a specific drawing, easy to read and to follow. This was also one of the purpose of having a very scientific documentation, but at the same time some documents that even a worker could understand on the site. I'll just show you some images of our surveys. These are few of the many monuments that we investigated, we analyzed. And of course, the project, which forecasts all the intervention, which are based on very simple rules or principles or highlights. Authentic conservation, rejecting arbitrary reconstruction, and forecasting minimally physically and chemically compatible and reversible intervention, clearly distinguishable also, la distinguibilità che il mio maestro Giovanni Carbonara diceva discreta, no? From the original fabric, scientific approach through advanced diagnostic material analysis, pilot tests, and interdisciplinarity evaluation adhering to international charters, and knowledge-based action on rigorous, validated, and context-aware data to guarantee long-term sustainability and cultural responsibility. In summary, the project aims to shift from unregulated practices, practice without rules, to a structured, sustainable, and scientifically validated conservation strategy. Perspectives, maybe. It doesn't work anymore. Wow. I don't know. Sorry. Okay. Okay, these are the easy to understand drawings that we made for workers. Perspective. What I must say is that this plan has been was approved, but the only plan who is going to and comes from theory to practice is the interpretation center construction, which means that all the works which are supposed to protect the existing heritage have been postponed, and the interest of the local government is to, of course, understand, to have an itinerary, yes, okay, to understand which can be the paths and how they can be organized, but also to build a new center, which is for them the priority. Which means that, of course, we have a 5-year plan, which forecasts in a year 2, year 2, 3, some, then all the theoretical framework has been accomplished in some way, but unfortunately, maybe the priority that we choose were not the same that are going to be set. What is very interesting is also that there is also some kind of activities around the promotion by advertising of the park, which is interesting also because it looks at some benchmark examples which are mostly Italian or international examples, which wants, of course, to advertise through some criteria. I will leave you with this video, which is made by the Italian cooperation. Maybe without, we don't need the music, but just we need to see. Okay, we just need to see in order to have an idea of what is advertised, and also maybe conclusion and question, which are, when will the conservation work site start? Who will be charged to start pilot activities? Who will be the workers able to work at these activities, and who will train them, which is maybe the most important thing, because our theoretical support is maybe a good one, but we need also to teach how to work, how to cope with stones, with mortars, with mosaics, and then which will be the skills, or which will be the exchange of skills between local and international activities. And then how can we pass from theory to practice also in this kind of activities? Thank you very much. And see you in Bilis in 2030.
Okay, thank you so much, Francesca. I'm sure you have a lot of else. Oh, sorry. You would have lots of things to say. You can write them. Now we have about 12 minutes. Can we have more 5 minutes from the break or no? So if we could have just a couple of minutes more. Let's start the debate. Do you have any questions for our speakers or for start? Do you want to make any questions for the presentations? Come on, lots of things were said here. I was always writing, so 15 minutes, we have time for lots of things. Improve, okay. Francesca?
No, I don't want to make a question, but just maybe to thank everybody, because I think that every paper was very, very interesting and was very connected to the other. Yeah, I think that this is very, maybe it's one of the scope of the of our meeting. Then I think that this is, and it gives also ideas and possibility of recognition. And the theoretical approach together with the practical, I think it's very important. And if someone has specific questions,
People are very shy. Well, we went through we didn't talk about the excavation itself, but we have talked about, a scheme and I don't find it. We have talked about the conservation and restoration, the musealization of the place, the project of valorization, and then the interpretation and cultural roots. So we went through all the process from producing the knowledge about the places and then reaching to the people, to the community. So 5 presentations that approach some of these things. So you're not sure, are all so hungry that you want to go to the break? You're not, okay.
Thank you for your... In the end, because you ran out of time, when you mentioned the stakeholder association, you didn't go into the detail.
No.
But you'd like to tell us a little more about how you...
Yes, we work with the national government, we work with the local municipalities, and we work with the local archaeologists as well. And it maybe was the most delicate problem, because there was an intention of anastomosis and of the digging, which was not with because we wanted to start affecting what already existed. And there was, of course, maybe will have better understanding, better studying the which was the object of their lab. Then I can understand this, but of course was not our priority. And then we had also exchanged with local communities, with the touristic guides, which has to be trained in order to be ready to have tourists once the park will be launched. And also we had some exchanges with the designer of this museum. Even if we understand that there was a two-head project, which was not the same. But everything is important, and I'm not saying that it is not important to have an interpretation center, but of course maybe it's not the priority. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to mention that it's, I think it's a very good example of how the management is organized in such a project. And it's very interesting because they also use your countries and others. So it's sort of model. And that's interesting to see how it is.
The only maybe one problem was that being established by Italian corporation, there were not a lot of experts in the corporation, either architects or archaeologists. Then they did not forecast enough money for what was necessary to do. Because we were able to make project on only 5 monuments. And I think that more is needed. And of course, it's a way of starting. It's a very good way of starting.
So, yes.
Nancy, I'd be interested to hear a little bit more. You were making the point that the individual sites were treated as unrelated or atomistically instead of as a network. Did you see any examples of good practice where it was treated as a network, or was it just completely ignored?
In Turkey case, we approached monuments as like monuments to be restored and repaired as like mostly to its original function, because also church function is a little bit contested in major countries. So we are treating it as a network means that treating it, for example, the Christian path or pilgrimage route, etc., maybe for the government. So that's why they treat it as like diplomatic aspects, having them getting them leverage. So that's why some of it was used as mosques still, and no one is bothered by that, but others are in ruinous condition. So I don't see any positive examples, but I think it can happen in the future by some like the other presentations show us the good examples maybe that can happen. But since they are in very remote locations, like making a route is maybe not possible. But I don't know what may happen in the future.
There's a good example there in the school of we show the sketching, really the sketching animation and the different
They should speak louder, we have to remind them.
Yeah, but it's only 4 minutes more. It's only more 5 minutes.
And it's very interesting to see that they have a huge political problem between the different countries. And on one side, and how do they treat isolated sites? Then it was sort of network for that denomination. And it was very, very interesting to see that how the different governments react with the same denomination and the same sites, time sites. It's extremely different. I mean, Bosnia and Herzegovina with this denomination, and on the other side we had Serbia, and they had to work together. And it was very interesting to see how the working together came to be. It was not easy. It was not easy, but it happened. And it was not only, I think it's a very interesting archaeological nomination because of the sites themselves. It's really a circle of sites in 4 different countries that was one area. It said such a good pace. And then you have the political differences that come on, and how to treat them, how you do the management of them. And I went there as an expert, and I had to cross countries. And it was really interesting to see how they came to an official card from one country. Then they went to the frontier, like from Bosnia to Montenegro, and the car stopped. I had to cross the frontier and take another card from Montenegro. So I mean, it was interesting to see how they work normally together, but at the same time, there was a small problem of cooperation between the different countries. Very interesting to see how that worked. I'll check. But it's now in action. I mean, that's really interesting to see that it goes further than just the political plan. That's trying to get archaeology through politics. Go over.
Sorry.
Even if they are not diplomatically in an agreement, but there is a task force that join. This is the best.
Okay, so I think you can continue, sorry, during the break. Can you just, we'll end with the participation online from our colleague? Yes, you can, you have raised your question.
Yes. Thank you again. I have a very small question to Francesca, but I have doubts to hear well the answer. Maybe you can help me with repeating the answer through the microphone. My question is regarding the management plan implementation process. It's a very new plan. You said it is produced for the period for 2014 and 19, 24 and 29. So do you have any analysis or report regarding the implementation level and how you manage its implementation properly in the field? So I'm very much into the discussions about management planning exercises. So I will be glad to have such kind of experiences from your side. Thank you.
Maybe maybe you can exchange emails, and maybe if
Sure.
please, we can invite ICAHM can invite Francesca to make a webinar, a longer webinar.
Sure. Next time I will join in person, definitely.
Okay. So
Thank you.
I think that we have to end now. Sorry. I think that we must end. Maybe you can exchange emails and exchange the information, and during the break just talk a little bit more. So thank you so much. Now we'll have the break, and then I think that